quick review on the agenda on exactly what we're going to be covering today. I'm going to start out with the architecture and deployment. I'm going to jump into the actual product itself and review Tenable's vulnerability priority rating, as well as begin to speak about Tenable's risk-based vulnerability management approach. Taking a look at architecture and deployment. On the left-hand side of the page here, we're going to start with Tenable IO. This is a cloud-hosted software as a service vulnerability management platform. All customer data is completely segmented and completely siloed. All customer data has at least one layer of AES 256 encryption applied to it while at rest, and while in transmission using TLS 1.2 or 1.3, depending on what's available. If you are looking at scanning public-facing assets, so anything with a public IP address within your DMZ or anything like that, you can leverage a cloud scanner that's a part of Tenable IO. When you go to scan internal assets or anything within your internal network itself, that's where you're going to be deploying a Nessus scanner. Now, you're not licensed per scanner, so feel free to strategically place these throughout your internal network, the other side of firewalls, on the other side of VPN tunnels, within different geographic locations within your organization. When you go to deploy a scanner, you've got a couple of options. You can import the OVA into VMware using our Tenable Core appliance. We also have a Hyper-V version of that as well. You can also install on different operating systems. We have a variety of operating systems we support, from 32-bit versions of Windows up to your latest versions of Windows Server, various Linux flavors, as well as OS X. From a hardware perspective, you're looking at 4 cores, 8 gigs of RAM, and 50 gigs of storage space per scanner deployed. For those of you that have completed a cloud migration or in the process of migrating to the cloud, within the different cloud environments, you can easily deploy a Nessus scanner as well. In the AWS and Azure marketplaces, there are Nessus scanners available to auto-provision directly from, and those communicate outbound on port 443 as well. For your remote workforce, for users that are working from home or coming on and off your network frequently, we have the Nessus agent. This is not a required part of Tenable IO, but it is an option to gain additional visibility into those assets that might be hard to reach or might not be on your internal network all the time. As long as the internet connection is present, you'll be able to run a scan against an asset with a Nessus agent installed on it. Once again, we have a variety of operating system support. They are designed to be lightweight, low, not impacting the endpoint. And once again, as long as the internet connection is present, you'll be able to run a vulnerability scan against those agents, and all that vulnerability data gets pushed up into Tenable IO. Tenable IO is acting as that aggregation point. All that vulnerability data being acquired through your Nessus scanners, as well as your Nessus agents, will reside in Tenable IO itself. Now, when you first log into Tenable IO, you're going to be greeted with 2 different things. First, up top, the cyber exposure newsfeed. This is designed to just kind of alert our customers to the latest vulnerabilities that have come out. It links back to the Tenable blog site, covers all the CVEs affected, just giving you some additional insights into those vulnerabilities that have recently come out in the last week or so. As we scroll down the page, you're going to be greeted with our vulnerability management overview. This is one of a series of dashboards that are available within Tenable IO. These are customizable from a widget perspective. What these are designed to do is give you a high-level view into exactly what's going on within your environment. We'll be breaking things down by SLA age, critical and high exploitable vulnerabilities, introducing you to some vulnerability trending as well, and showing you some additional functionality that's currently available. It's also going to introduce you to our vulnerability priority rating. This is Tenable's step into predictive prioritization. What this is doing is determining either A, the likelihood that a vulnerability will turn exploitable in the next 28 days, or if it currently has a known exploit, different attributes for that exploit. Is it something that can be executed from a remote position on the network, for instance? Or is it something that requires physical access to the asset itself? All of these characteristics are taken into consideration, and then a score is applied to that vulnerability from 0 to 10. This is a dynamic scoring system. This vulnerability priority rating score will update on a nightly basis as new information becomes available to Tenable. We're pulling in roughly 150 different data points when we calculate this score, and we're going to be changing that on a daily basis as new information becomes available to us. All of our dashboards are designed to be exportable. So this is an easy way to start getting data out of the product if we need to, either in PDF, PNG, or JPEG format. You can schedule these exports and they can be emailed out of the platform. Take a look at all those vulnerabilities that have aggregated into Tenable IO itself. we can get a far more granular view into those vulnerabilities by pivoting over to the vulnerability workbench. This is going to be a view that's aggregating all found vulnerabilities, listing them out by severity and count, and allowing you to begin applying filters to this data so that you can begin turning these very large data sets into more meaningful, narrowed data sets. This filter I just applied is a VPR prioritization filter, where we're taking a look at found vulnerabilities with a VPR rating of greater than 9, so vulnerabilities that have been actively weaponized, and cross-referencing that with the CVSS base score of a medium-grade vulnerability between 4 and 6.9. Typically, in most enterprise environments, medium-grade vulnerabilities are not being prioritized for remediation. What Tenable is effectively saying is that a vulnerability with a VPR score of greater than 9, because it is introducing weaponized risk to your environment, should be prioritized for remediation. If we drill down into one of these vulnerabilities, we're going to list out description information and the affected CVEs, as well as solution information too, so exactly how you can remediate this particular vulnerability. On the bottom half of the page, we'll list out the affected assets, whether that's domain controllers, laptops, however you have them named, they'll all be displayed here. And if you pivot over to the output section, we'll be telling you and providing evidence as to why we're saying a vulnerability is found on a particular asset. This first asset here is pretty interesting because we queried SCCM, and SCCM is actually saying that this asset is not vulnerable. We're providing the evidence as to why we're saying it is. We're giving you the fix for this particular asset as well, either a cumulative security update or a monthly rollout, your choice. In the case of Microsoft KBs, we are looking for 3 factors. 1, that security update or monthly rollup has in fact been installed. 2, that if a registry key, if required by Microsoft, has in fact been modified. And 3, that server or workstation has in fact been restarted. If either one of those 3 conditions has not been met, we will provide evidences for that in the vulnerability output section here for each individual asset itself. On the right-hand side of the page, we're going to give you vulnerability information, plugin details, publication date, all the Tenable plugin specific information you'd expect to see. Exploitability information. So this vulnerability, despite being a medium-grade vulnerability from a CVSS perspective, is in fact vulnerable. There are known exploits for this. This is a vulnerability that could easily be weaponized against you, either through exploit frameworks or exploitable by malware as well. So this is something that you definitely want to prioritize for remediation to remove that risk from your environment. I'll give you discovery information, so first seen, last seen, how long the vulnerability has been present within your environment, as well as VPR key drivers. And these are designed to give you additional contextual information surrounding that VPR score. Threat intensity, threat recency, exploit code maturity, all of these different attributes come together to create that score, to adjust that score on a daily basis, as well as your threat sources. In this case, social media, hacker forums, security research. We're pulling in that data to help us create a more informed decision when we go to calculate that VPR score. If you scroll down the page here, we're going to list out all that traditional CVSS vulnerability information that you would expect to see in our products, vulnerability information for publication, exploitability, and then all the additional links you need to external resources, whether that's CVE or Microsoft KBs, so that you can do some additional research outside of the product if required. Now, from this page, we can export these found vulnerabilities if we needed to. We can also launch a remediation scan. So if I have a system administrator saying, hey, this particular asset labeled Josh is in fact been remediated, or this vulnerability found on it has in fact been remediated, you can go validate that work very easily by launching a tactical scan or a remediation scan to go out and validate that this individual vulnerability has in fact been remediated by all the assets affected by it, or for all the assets affected by it. Very quick, very easy way to validate work that has in fact the aggregation point. When you go to begin scanning your environment, you're just going to create a vulnerability scan, leveraging scan template. From the top of the page here, you've got an advanced network scan and a basic network scan. These scans are nearly identical, with the exception that the advanced network scan gives you the ability to tweak additional settings when you go to create the scan itself. Typically, in most scenarios, starting with a basic network scan is going to be completely acceptable. This is a comprehensive scan. This is scanning with all 165,000 plugins Tenable currently has. So all of our CVE coverage is going to be wrapped up in the basic network scan template here. When it comes to scan creation, we're taking a very layered, flexible approach. It's as simple as entering in a name, description, information, and then selecting the scanner that you want to use, whether that's a cloud scanner for scanning external resources, or if you need to scan an internal, selecting those internal linked scanners that you have linked. Now, it's important to note, you can distribute scan load across multiple scanners within Tenable IO as well. So if you decide to deploy 2, 3, 4 different scanners, you can link them up to what's known as a scanner group. Select that scanner group when you create the scan itself, and that will allow you to distribute scan load and decrease scan time. When we go to select targets during our scan creation process, we've got 3 options. First is your IP addressing, whether that's a comma separated list, CIDR notation, host name, DNS name, whatever you want to do, you can enter that in here. If you've got your network broken down by different network segments, you can enter the different network segments here, and you'd be ready to go. You can also use what's known as a target group. A target group is just a list of IP addresses that you have labeled, and you can select that label or target group here and use that for targets when you go to run the actual vulnerability scan itself. The third option is a dynamic option, and that's our tagging. That's the tagging option within Tenable IO. These are based on different rules and conditions that you've previously defined within Tenable IO, and as you run vulnerability scans, assets that meet those rules or conditions will have a tag dynamically applied to the asset. Now, you can also manually apply assets to a tag if you needed to, but it's a great way to apply ownership to different assets, or to identify different site locations based on IP addressing. However you want to do that, this is a more dynamic way of tracking assets within Tenable IO, but you can leverage that as a way to select targets when you go to run your vulnerability scans too. Another great use case here is you can use this for OS identification. So if you need to go identify all of your Windows assets, you can create a tag for that, select those Windows tags, and create more targeted scans to your Windows environment if you needed to. When we're going to create vulnerability scans, you've got the option of running either a scan with credentials or a scan without credentials. While there is a considerable amount of value in scanning without credentials, as it gives you that attacker's perspective on your network, the bulk of your scanning activity is most likely going to be a credential-based scan. That's going to pull back all those missing patches, outdated software, your Google Chrome versions, all of those low internal vulnerabilities that can be detected would require credentials themselves. There is a centralized credential management system inside of Tenable IO, so you can add in credentials, select them when you go to run a vulnerability scan, and not have to continually update it. Or you can come in here and just add in the credential set that you want to use, whether that's a pair of SSH keys for Linux operating systems, or if you're scanning a Windows-based operating system or Windows-based environment, you can enter in username, password, domain if you need to, and also this third flag right here. This is going to start the remote registry service during the scan. This is how we're going to be able to actually validate those registry keys that are required to be changed as per Microsoft's instructions to ensure that your patching program is operating at a high level of efficiency. You've got additional authentication methods available here too, with different password account management integrations, as well as leveraging Kerberos if you needed to do that. From there, it's a matter of just clicking save, and then save and launch, and you're ready to go. This is very straightforward, very easy to configure these scans. That would be an ad hoc scan there. If you want to come in and set up scan scheduling, you can do that with once daily, weekly, monthly, or yearly options here. Very straightforward, very easy to get these scans configured and set up and ran, and pulling vulnerability data back to the platform itself. Now, if there's a need to use agents, an agent scan configuration is very similar to a traditional Nessus scan. The only difference being how you select your targets. Once again, it's a very layered, flexible approach, entering in name, description, information, and then from there, it's a matter of selecting the agent group that you want to use. When an agent gets linked to Tenable IO, it's going to be assigned to either a single group or multiple groups. When you go to configure a scan, you just select the group of agents that you want to scan, and then you're ready to go. When you set the schedule, Say I want to have this scan run every Thursday, 8 p.m. on a weekly basis. The scan window right here is an important part of that. This means with a 3-hour scan window that every agent has between 8 p.m. and 11 p.m. to check in, receive their scan job, run the vulnerability scan, and then upload those scan results to Tenable IO. You can modify this scan window. You can tighten it or you can expand it if you need to. You can also create custom values. If you've got scan groups that are extending into multiple time zones, it might be a good idea to extend that window up to 12 or 8 hours or something like that, just to ensure you're getting a high level of visibility with those agent scans that you've got configured. Now, if we take a look at some of these additional scan templates here, you've got your tactical scans here at the bottom. And I kind of want to highlight this because it brings up our research and development and how invested we are in pushing plugins out to detect these vulnerabilities in a timely manner. You'll notice we've got Zero Logon down here, WannaCry, Spectre Meltdown, Solarigate. All of these vulnerabilities, we were very quick to get these vulnerability detections pushed to our product. We created separate tactical scan templates to go out and detect these vulnerabilities on an individual basis. But all of these vulnerabilities that you're seeing down here that were in the news, they were very popular, they're also a part of your basic network scan. So assuming you have a proper scan cadence in place, we're going to have you covered from a new vulnerability detection perspective, assuming you're scanning on a weekly basis. The Tenable IO is going to update automatically every night, get that latest plugin set, push that out to those Nessus scanners. All those updates are going to happen automatically, and we're going to get good visibility into all those new vulnerabilities that are coming out without the end user having to come in here and manually update, modify scans or anything like that, assuming that scan schedule is properly defined from the word go. Now that we've covered how easy it is to start acquiring vulnerability data through the creation of scans and scan templates and things like that, let's take a step back and wrap this product demonstration up. In review, we've covered architecture and deployment, Tenable's vulnerability priority rating, and how that allows our customers to prioritize remediation efforts by targeting vulnerabilities that introduce weaponized risk to their environments, as well as how intuitive and easy it is to actually configure vulnerability scans today, either using the Nessus scanners or Nessus agents to ensure we're getting a very high level of visibility across.
In Tenable IO, we have 5 pre-configured roles. Those are basic, scan operator, standard, scan manager, and admin. One role which we do not have is a credential manager role. And what I'm going to show is how you can simulate that role using the basic role. So the purpose of a credential manager is to be able to go into the system, enter credentials, and then to share those with other users, notably people who are running scans, so they can use those credentials in scans without having to share them using an Excel document or over a piece of paper. So let me run through how you would do this. So I've created a new user and I've named him Credential Manager. As you can see here, I've set him up as a basic user. Now, the basic role is intended to be a read-only role. One of the very few read-only actions is that they can actually create and share credential objects in the system. So I'm going to show here that I can, I'll impersonate a user. I'll impersonate this role, and I'm going to go to the settings section, look at credentials. And what I've done already is I've created 2 credentials, and one of those credentials, these are both Windows credentials. One of those credentials I've shared with the standard user, so standard at sandbox.io. The other credential I did not share with anybody. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this user, and I'm going to impersonate the standard user, and then go create a new scan and see which credentials I can utilize in that scan. So all right, so this would be credentialed scan, and put some target in there. Okay, so now here, I can either add a credential directly to the scan, or I can use the managed credentials that we've created. So when I hit add here, what you'll notice is that the Windows credential that was shared with me shows up as a valid credential that I can use. The credential that was not shared with me is not listed here. So I can select this credential, hit add, save the scan, and then now I have credentials. So in a nutshell, you can utilize the basic user to simulate a credential manager. One thing that I'd like to call out is that you can further lock down the basic user if you don't want them to have any access to see things in the system that they're not allowed to see by utilizing the access groups feature. You could read more about that on the documentation on Tenable. We add these two roles in order to allow more granular scan permissions. The scan operator is a role that exists between the basic and a standard user. And the purpose of a scan operator is to be able to very narrowly restrict some of these scans, namely what they're able to scan as well as the policy used within that scan. The scan manager is a role that exists between the standard administrator user or role. And the scan manager is intended to be somebody that can manage your scan infrastructure but doesn't have any other administrative access. If you want more information on these two roles, please visit the user role permissions documentation page. Looking at the roles within Tenable IO, starting with the scan operator, the first thing you'll notice is that on the left-hand side, all you see are target groups. So some of the missing things there are policies, scanners, agents, etc. The other thing to note is that the only scans that you can create a new scan, but the only scans you're able to actually run would be either scans that were shared with you by somebody else who has more permissions, or you can create a new scan, but you are limited to the policy that somebody has shared with you. When we look at a standard user, what you'll notice here is that I have both access to create policies, and the other thing to notice is that when I create a new scan, I have access to not only user-defined policies, but I have access to all the default templates. When I look at a scan manager can do everything that a standard user can do in terms of creating scans and policies, but they also have access to manage the scan infrastructure, namely exclusions, scanners, and agents. One thing to note is that the linking key they cannot regenerate the linking key. They can only see it, but they can't change it, and this is to ensure that they don't inadvertently break any automation based on this linking key. Finally, when I look at an admin user has all the same things that the scan manager has in terms of managing the infrastructure. But when you look at the linking key, they can regenerate the linking key. The other thing to note about an admin user is that they are able to see all scans regardless of whether those scans have been shared with them. Finally, if you go to the settings page, you'll notice that an admin user can basically see everything. They have access to the licensing page. They can configure access groups, connectors, recast, and users. The scan manager, however, is limited to only is able to view access groups like all other users. They cannot manage those. And they do have access to credentials, which is not limited to any particular role.
Brief walkthrough on how to link a Nessus agent to Tenable IO. If you already have the Nessus agent installed and you have not linked the agent to your Tenable IO account, you will look for the command prompt and make sure that you are going to right-click and run as administrator. This is very important to make sure that the commands that you're going to be running will work. To verify that this is a administrator command prompt, it will indicate in the top left-hand corner that it is currently administrator. Otherwise, if it does not indicate that, that means you do not have administrative rights. Then we're going to change directories into C, program files, Tenable, Nessus agent. We want to make sure that that's in quotes so that it can actually change directories into that with any spaces in the file path. Then I'm going to utilize the command dir to indicate that we're in the proper directory. And what you're looking for here is nessus cli.exe. That is going to be the command that we are going to be running to link the particular agent. Now, prior to typing in the command, you want to make sure that you go to your Tenable IO account and copy the linking key listed under your account. This will be the key that you're going to be utilizing to register the agent to your cloud instance. Then, utilizing the command Nessus CLI.exe agent link --key equals, and you're going to paste in that particular key, and then you're going to add --name equals the name that you want to utilize as the agent. So in this case, I'm just giving it a name. We're going to do --host equals cloud.tenable.com and --port equals 443. Entering that command, it will indicate that it was successfully linked to cloud.tenable.com, and you'll just take a moment here and it will show up under the account. And as indicated here, now my agent is part of my Tenable IO account.
Categorizing your assets with tags in Tenable IO. The goal of this video is to make it easier for you to filter on assets based upon a logical grouping that maps to your organizational landscape. There are a couple of different ways to create tags. The first way I'll show you is by filtering on assets in the Assets workbench. So if we click on Assets on the left-hand side under our workbench, we can see all of the assets that we've discovered in Tenable IO. Currently, there are 513 available assets. If we click the Advanced link and create a filter for a specific IP address range, we'll be able to narrow the results. So we've narrowed our results down to 135 assets from 513. Now we can select all of these assets and apply a bulk tag. After we've selected all of the assets, we can click the Add Tags button. From here, we have to create a category and also create a value. So the top level category that I'll create will simply be called Network Ranges. And for the value, we can call this our 10 network. You can see here that the tags to be added will have a category of network ranges and a value of 10 network. When we click the Add button, all of those assets will now be tagged accordingly. Next, let's create a dynamic asset tag. To do this, first go to Settings. Then click on Tags from the left-hand menu. You can see the tag that we previously created with a category of network ranges and the value of 10 network. Next, we'll create a new tag. For the category, let's create a new category called Operating Systems. For the tag value, which is optional, we'll choose Windows. You can also choose a category description and a value description if you'd like to be more verbose in naming. Next, we can check the box to apply automatically with rules. Since this tag will filter on only Windows operating systems, we'll choose Operating System from the filter list. In the matching section, we'll choose Contains. And for the text, we'll type Windows. Next, we'll click the Create button. Now we have a dynamic tag with a category of operating systems and a value of Windows. This tag will automatically be applied to any new asset that has been identified as a Windows system. Next, we can repeat the process for our Linux systems. We'll create a new tag, select our existing category for operating systems, and create a new value for Linux. Again, we'll click Apply Automatically with Rules, go down to our operating system filter, set Contains, and a value of Linux, and click Create. To use these tags, you can go back to the dashboards and click on the Assets workbench. If we click on our advanced filter, we can now see that these tags populate the list of available filters at the bottom. We can choose to filter on our operating system tag that contains the value Windows. This video will cover launching a basic network scan in Tenable IO. The goal of this video is to identify vulnerabilities in your assets by using a non-credentialed network scan. This type of scan is great for running assessments against assets that you do not have credentials for. To begin, navigate to the Scans section. Click the New Scan button. The template that we'll use for this is called Basic Network Scan. Enter a scan name and, if desired, a description and a folder to put the results in. Choose a scanner based upon the assets you wish to scan. If you're scanning public assets that you own, choose one of the available cloud scanners in a region that is close to your targets. If you are scanning private assets, choose a scanner that you have deployed within your network. In this example, we'll be scanning private assets. Next, enter the IP address ranges or DNS names you wish to scan. When finished, simply launch the scan. You can see the scan has entered a running state. When the scan is complete, click on it to navigate the results. Since this is the first time this scan has been run, the History tab shows a single entry. The Scan Details section provides some details about the scan, such as the scanner used and how long the scan took to complete. The Assets tab tells us that 5 hosts have been identified and scanned, and also gives us an overview of the vulnerabilities, identified operating systems, and device types. These donut charts can also be hovered over to get details about each data point. The Vulnerabilities tab lists all discovered vulnerabilities across all assets in the scan. The overview charts provide an at-a-glance view of common metrics related to vulnerabilities, such as severity, exploitability, and more. The Remediations tab provides a concise list of vulnerabilities that you can prioritize to reduce risk on assets in this scan. For example, updating the Linux kernel will resolve 11 vulnerabilities on one asset. For more details on a particular asset or vulnerability, you can click on items from the Assets or Vulnerabilities tabs. When we click on an asset from the Assets tab, we can see all of the vulnerabilities discovered for this asset. In addition, in the Asset Details section, we can get more metadata about this asset, including IP address, domain name, operating system, and more. This video will cover launching a discovery scan of your network in Tenable IO. The goal of this type of scan is to simply identify assets that are on your network. To begin, we'll navigate to the Scans section of Tenable IO. In the upper right-hand corner, we'll click the New Scan button. You can see that there are a variety of templates that Tenable IO has to offer for various scanning purposes. For this video here, we'll choose the Host Discovery template. We can provide a few basic descriptive items here, such as name, description, and the folder to put the scan results in. When it comes to choosing a scanner, it depends on what types of IP addresses or domain names you wish to scan. If you're scanning private internal IP addresses, you'll need to choose a scanner that is deployed locally on your network. If you're choosing to scan public internet-facing IP addresses or domain names, you can choose one of Tenable IO's built-in cloud scanners. It's a best practice to choose a scanner that's located in close proximity to your targets if they are public assets. For this example, I'll be scanning an internal set of systems, so I'll choose my internal scanner that I have deployed on a private subnet. For targets, we'll be putting in an IP address range but you can also do individual IP addresses or domain names here as well. One of the things that I like to do for discovery scans is make one minor change to the scan template. In the discovery section, for the scan type, I like to change host enumeration to OS identification. This causes the scan to get a little bit more information about the assets that you're scanning instead of just returning whether or not they respond to a ping style request. From here, we can either save the policy or directly launch this scan. After clicking launch, you can see that the scan is running. Once the scan completes, you'll be able to tell by looking at the check mark in the column to the right. After the scan completes, you can click on it to review the results. The Assets tab determines that we have identified 5 assets within this particular subnet. If we navigate to the Vulnerabilities tab, we'll be able to see that we have ping the remote host, Nessus scan information, as well as OS identification. So this will give us information about systems that were up during the time of our scan, as well as some operating system related identification.
Now the PCI ASV workflow starts with you determining the scope of your cardholder data environment. Using the PCI quarterly external scan template, you're going to want to enter all of the assets in scope for your PCI network and scan them. If necessary, you can chunk up your PCI scans into multiple scans. Any web applications that you have, you will also want to scan with the PCI WAS scan template. Once you've run those scans, navigate over to the Scans Results UI and view the results. From here, you can remediate any failures that you do not intend to later dispute. The PCI program guide requires that any vulnerabilities with the severity of medium or higher must be remediated. Once you've done so, relaunch the scan and continue that process until you've achieved a clean scan. A clean scan means that any failures that you do not intend to dispute have been remediated. And once you've achieved that clean scan, you can use the Submit for PCI button to submit the scan to the PCI application. When you submit the scan to the PCI application, they will appear on the New Scan Results tab. Select all of the scans that are in scope for your cardholder data environment and start your attestation. This will create an attestation report on the Remediation tab. And from here, you'll complete all of the forms and add disputes for each of the failures that you're disputing. Once you've done so, you can submit the scan to ASV review. When the scan is in ASV review, you'll sometimes notice that information has been requested by the ASV, which means they need more information about the dispute that you've created. If I drill into this and look at the Disputes tab, I can see here that one of my disputes has been failed, and another one of these disputes has some information requested about it. Once you've resolved all of these issues with your ASV and the ASV has approved your dispute, you can come over to the Attestations tab where you can download your approved attestation. Thank you for listening to this high-level PCI ASV.
Today, we'll be discussing the process of handling false positives within Tenable IO. When you are logged into Tenable IO as an administrator, you do have the ability to accept and recast risks. If you know that there is a specific vulnerability that you believe is a false positive, you are going to drill down into the vulnerability and make note of the plugin ID. The ID itself will be used to accept or recast the vulnerability. Note that rules created will not apply to historical scan results. However, it will apply to existing data in the dashboards and the workbench. Vulnerabilities that have been accepted are still going to be identified by a scan. However, it will be hidden in the results of the scan. Once you have made note of the plugin ID, I'm simply going to copy the plugin ID here. I'll go to Settings, Recast Rules on the left, and I'm going to create a new rule. I will paste in the plugin ID, and then I will indicate I will accept this vulnerability. If you believe this is a false positive, indicate that as a false positive, make a comment as to why this is a false positive, and you can do that for all assets or a custom range of IP addresses or host names or subnets. This does allow you to set an expiration for the vulnerability accept rule to expire. Note that enabling the report as false positives, this will be sent to our support team to be reviewed and determined if this is truly a false positive. So make a comment, indicate this is a false positive, and I'm going to do that for all my systems, and I will hit save. And now you can see the accepted risk/vulnerability in your recast rules. This is just a quick overview of how to handle false positives within Tenable IO.
Prioritization can help you focus first on the security issues that matter most. The Vulnerability Priority Rating, or VPR, is the output of predictive prioritization, which shows the remediation priority of each vulnerability from 1 to 10. In Tenable IO, VPR is provided in the main dashboard to easily understand actual cyber risks. Here we have 88 critical vulnerabilities that should be investigated immediately, and another 623 high-risk vulnerabilities to address next. Notice how the number of critical vulnerabilities differ between VPR and CVSS. Because CVSS calculates theoretical risk, the number of critical and high-risk vulnerabilities is dramatically higher. Clicking on the VPR widget allows you to quickly investigate critical vulnerabilities. Here is a view of all critical vulnerabilities with a VPR score greater than 9.0. Sorting vulnerabilities by VPR score lets you prioritize based on actual cyber risk. What is interesting is seeing the difference between the CVSS score on the left and the corresponding VPR score on the right. There are quite a few vulnerabilities that have very different risk ratings. In this particular environment, many of the highest critical vulnerabilities are only rated as high risk according to CVSS. Let's take a look at one of these vulnerabilities in particular. This CentOS vuln is a very dangerous privilege escalation weakness in the Linux kernel. It was so dangerous, in fact, that it was given the name Dirty Cow, which is still wreaking havoc in the industry. Taking a look at the vulnerability information yields tremendous insights. For one, this is still very much an active threat with very mature exploit code. The age of the vulnerability is quite old, and CentOS Linux is a very popular Linux distribution. As a result, the VPR score is a 9.8 compared to a CVSS score of 7.8. If you are prioritizing vulnerabilities based on predictive prioritization, this Dirty Cow vulnerability would be at the top of your remediation queue, along with other vulnerabilities that have been or will likely be.
The network feature, which helps customers handle overlapping IP environments. To configure networks, first you go to the scanner section within Tenable IO, and you'll notice that there's a new tab here called Networks. Now, one of the main use cases for networks is when you have two environments that have the same IPs, same IP layouts or overlapping IPs. That often happens when you have, let's say, a retailer with multiple stores in different locations that are all configured the same way. In this case, I have a San Francisco store and a Seattle store. One thing to notice is that there's a default network for any scanner which is not assigned to a user-defined network. Now, to add a scanner to a network, you click on the network, and you can just hit the plus button, and that will move the scanner into a network. And if you click on the X here, it will move the scanner out. Now, in this case, I've added the Seattle scanners to my Seattle network. That's all you have to do to configure networks. Now, when you configure a scan job, the scanner selected as part of that scan job defines the network property that will be applied to every single asset discovered by this scan. Now, I've already run this scan, but when I go to the asset workbench, you can see here that I have 6 total assets, but really these are only 3 of these are duplicated. And the reason they're duplicated is because some of these are part of the San Francisco network and some of these are part of the Seattle network. So for instance, if I looked at the 231 asset, you can see here that this is actually the 231 asset that's part of San Francisco. However, if I looked at the second 231 asset, you can see that this is actually part of the Seattle network. So this is the main purpose of networks, which is to allow you, when you have 2 assets that have the same IP address but are actually referring to different assets, to be able to separate those 2 and to create 2 separate assets in Tenable IO. Before the network feature, these would have been collapsed into a single asset, so you would have had a corrupted vulnerability history. Now this is an MVP feature, so one thing I want to call out is that not all features within Tenable are network aware. Some of those that are not network aware include access groups, dashboards, and recast. Places which are network aware, or features which are network aware, are the export APIs, the asset workbench. So for instance, I can go in here and select network name, and that would show me only those assets within the network. Tags, where I can do the same. I can define a dynamic tag based on the network name. And the exclusion, the scanner exclusion rules. Thank you very much. And if you have any question, please refer to the online documentation or talk to your Tenable account representative.
IO, to create a dashboard, you will need to first select the dashboard icon here, which will open up the dashboard pane where you can create and manage all of your dashboards. You can select one of our pre-configured dashboard templates, or you can go straight to a custom dashboard, which will land you on a blank canvas, as you can see here. Now you can select any one of our pre-configured widgets, or if you need to create your own, you can click on the custom link or the plus icon, which will land you on the creation page. There are currently 2 different types of data sets that can be selected, vulnerabilities or assets. This selection determines which data source and thereby which filters to populate. Once you've selected an option, the next step is to determine how you want to group or pivot the data, whether it's by plugin, by asset, or by CVE. We currently offer 3 different types of visualizations: a table, a ring, or a bar chart. As mentioned earlier, these filters will change depending on which data set you've selected, and it also should match what you see from the vulns and asset grids. I'm going to go ahead and select VPR. And as you can see, as I made selections, my update button enabled. So I'm going to select updates, and you can see that the table has been updated now to only show VPR less than or equal to 10. Once I've defined my widget, I can then change which columns to show, how to sort, in what direction, and how many results to display. Lastly, if I wanted to change the order of the columns displayed, I can do so by first unselecting the columns, then selecting the columns in the order that I want to display. So I'm going to select asset first, VPR next, vuln third. And as you can see, the widget has updated with the columns in the order that I've selected. Once I've added the name to my widget, I can then save and exit, and it will get added to my widget library here. Once added to the library, I can add this widget to any of my dashboard, be it a template or a custom dashboard. If I needed to come back and edit this widget, I can do so by selecting Edit. Or if I needed to delete the widget from the widget library, I can select Delete.
This video covers how to set up a web application vulnerability scan in Tenable IO. The web app scan is the best template to use for a full web application assessment. Note this template is only available with the Tenable IO web application scanning module. This policy will find vulnerabilities in your commonly used web applications such as Drupal, WordPress, and so forth. While the default settings are good for most web application scans, one setting you should look at is the scan max time in the advanced section. Web scans can potentially be quite lengthy. Note this has a default value of 8 hours. You may wish to reduce this time depending upon the needs of your web application. A few types of credentials are supported. HTTP server authentication supports BASIC and NTLM. Web application authentication supports a login form, cookie authentication, and Selenium authentication. Let's look at Selenium authentication for a moment. So there's something here that says for Chrome extension. You can download the Tenable Web Application Scanning extension from the Chrome store. Just search for Tenable Web Application Scanning. This extension streamlines the creation of Selenium scripts. If you have a script, simply upload it here. Save, and then launch your scan. Remember, this could take a while. My test scan takes about an hour to run. A complex site could take much longer. Once your scan is complete, be sure to check the notes section if there is one, as it could contain valuable information. The Web Applications Workbench consolidates all of your web application vulnerability results for easy analysis. This video covers web application discovery scanning in Tenable IO. To launch a web app discovery scan, start a new scan and click on the Web Application tab from the Templates menu. For discovery, the legacy web app scan is the best template to use currently. This template is basically a network discovery scan with CGI scanning options enabled. Name your scan and select the appropriate scanner. Always select the scanner that's closest to your intended targets. Since I'm going to scan internal targets, I'll choose a scanner that I have deployed behind a firewall. Enter the target IPs or host names that you wish to scan. The default options are fine for most discovery scans. I won't add credentials either, since I'm just testing ports to see what web applications are available and running. You could customize these settings further if needed to cut down the length of the scan, for instance if you have a large target network with many web applications. So this is what runs by default, but if I want to do a custom, click on Web Applications. I can reduce my max depth, for instance, so I won't get as thorough a sitemap, but that's not what I'm looking for here. Save, and then launch your scan. Scan can take some time to run depending upon the size of your network. I have results from one I ran earlier. Once the scan is finished, browse and filter for plugin name server type. The HTTP server type and version will give you a list of all the web servers that were detected in the details here. You see I have a couple different types of web apps that were discovered, or web servers rather. Another good thing to look at is the sitemap. This will list all the URLs visible to the network based upon your policy settings. The next step would be to use the detected URL as a target for a much more thorough web application vulnerability assessment. This video covers setting up and launching an agent scan in Tenable IO. Agent scans are the best way to assess agents that are not consistently connected to your network. I'm assuming a standard user role for this demonstration. Only administrators, scan managers, and standard users can set up agent scans. Once a scan is set up, however, you can share it with the user, such as a scan operator. To begin gathering data from agents, create a new scan. Select Agent, The predefined templates are a good starting point since they require minimal configuration. The basic agent scan is the most appropriate to use for regular agent scans. Name your scan and choose an appropriate folder in which to store results. Next, select the agent group to assess. Choose your scan window based upon the stability of the agents. For instance, if systems maintain a stable connection and are always available, you can use a shorter scan window. If you're scanning an agent group that contains remote systems without consistent network connectivity, use a longer scan window. This allows more time for those systems to report their results. It's a best practice to place these types of agents within the same agent group. For this demonstration, I have stable agents, so I'll choose a shorter scan window. Schedule the scan to run at regular intervals. I'll schedule this to run daily. Then I'll set the permissions to share the results with the user groups responsible for the agents. You may notice that there's no Credentials tab. That's because all agent scans are by default already credentialed scans. Save, and then launch your scan. When the scan is complete, view the results in the same manner as any other scan.
Tenable IO uses connectors, including third-party data connectors, to import assets from other platforms. This furthers the reach of your asset discovery process to cloud providers and other data sources automatically and directly from the Tenable IO console. To begin, we will navigate to Settings and then click on Connectors. If we click the Add button, we can see a list of the available connector types. There are two main types of connectors, those for asset management as well as for container security. Notice the top section has a list of third-party vendors. Configuring these will import any assets that exist inside of them directly to Tenable IO, along with some associated metadata. If you are using the container security application in Tenable IO, you can also add connectors to pull in images from these supported registries, or view the image analysis gathered from your deployed Tenable container security scanners. It is important to note that using these connectors to discover your assets requires you to configure the platform the connector will integrate with first, and then create the connector. In this video, we will be using Amazon Web Services as the example, and what that means is, before adding the AWS connector, we must first configure AWS to allow the connector to function and gather data. Those instructions are available here in the Tenable documentation site for AWS, as well as all of the other connectors that Tenable supports. Looking at the configuration details of this connector, there are two methods of integrating with AWS. You can enter an access key and secret key, or use auto discovery, which allows you to automatically discover all accounts within one AWS organization. Alternatively, you can add additional accounts manually. Next is configuring the CloudTrail's access. The connector uses CloudTrail to monitor the state of your assets, for example, stopped or running. To add a new CloudTrail, click the Add button. Tenable IO will connect to your AWS account and identify all available CloudTrails. Select the one you would like to use for this connector and click Done. Lastly, schedule how often you would like the assets to be imported. And click the Save button. Tenable IO will begin importing your assets. To identify assets gathered from this connector, navigate to the Assets workbench. Here we can create a simple filter for all assets identified by the AWS connector.
A credentialed scan in Tenable IO. Credentialed scans perform local checks on your assets using tools such as NetStat or WMI. This provides the most comprehensive and reliable data. The Credential Patch Audit template is the simplest to use for this type of scan. You could also use the Advanced Network Scan template if you want to have more refined control over the policy settings and plugins. For this demo, we'll be using the Credential Patch Audit. Select the scanner or scanner group that is closest to your intended targets. For this demonstration, I'm going to perform an internal network assessment. So I'll choose a scanner that's deployed within my network firewall. I've already defined a target group for my Windows targets, so I'll choose it here. If you have a target group selected, you don't have to enter any further targets, but if needed, you could enter additional IPs, host names, or upload a plain text target list. It's best practice to assess your network regularly with credentialed scans, so I'll set up a schedule to run this every other day. Since I'm assessing Windows assets with this scan, I'll configure a notification to email scan results automatically to all members of my Windows team. You can also provide context to the team by adding filters here so that they are only sent data that is relevant to them. Be sure to change your operand here to say any or all, depending on what you're trying to do. Any would mean a logical or, so high or critical. In case they need more information, you could also give those team members view access to the full scan results. There are many more settings that can be customized for this scan, but the defaults are sufficient for most networks. Now add your credentials for your target systems. Best practice is to use a separate account just for scanning in order to keep accurate records and audit trails. You can add any credentials here to which you have access. You can also add additional credentials to the scan and then save them for use in a different scan. Save your scan and it will launch at the set schedule. When the scan is complete, just click on it to analyze the details. You can see there's a great deal of information for the system that was scanned with credentials. Assessment success in Tenable IO, helping you answer the question, how do I know my credentials worked? There are several ways to tell if your credentials have been successful. Report templates are available to look at this issue. You can also look directly at the output for plugins that report authentication success or failure, and you can check to see if local checks have been reported. Start here from the main vulnerabilities workbench. A chart shows you how many vulnerabilities have been discovered using credentials. If nothing shows here, you should check to make sure you have the proper credentials in your scans. Another thing you can look for here is whether local checks have been run. Local checks are plugins that require credentials. To do that, filter on plugin type is equal to local. If you have results here but still have questions about a few specific assets, you can also add and run some reports. The Credentialed Scan Failures report relies upon the output of plugin 21745. This plugin will report if credentials fail on a target. If you use SSH credentials, the Elevated Privilege Failures report is also useful. Finally, you can browse your scan result and look at the output of plugin 19506. This is one of the handiest plugins to look at. Nessus scan information. You see there's a lot of good information here on exactly what ran for each target, and it'll tell you right here, did credentials checks run? Very simple, yes or no. For this target, they did not. For this target, they did. This network monitor greatly increases your ability to detect all the devices that are communicating on your network. Results are automatically imported into the scan results section. Note that the hosts you can view are filtered based upon your Nessus Network Monitor settings. You can drill down into the details of a particular host. You can export into a variety of report formats. By default, Nessus Network Monitor imports results every 60 minutes. However, you can adjust that setting to align with the report frequency in your Nessus Network Monitor. For instance, I'm going to adjust it here to import every 15 minutes. These results also import into the Assets workbench. Here, I am going to filter on the source so that you can see what has been detected only by Nessus Network Monitor. You can see Nessus Network Monitor picked up quite a few assets. You can drill down into the details of a particular asset to see how often this asset has been updated, what vulnerabilities have been detected, and any additional information. You don't see a lot of information on this particular asset because it was detected only by Nessus Network Monitor. So it just has network traffic to go by. You can then run a credentialed scan on the system to get more information. This video covers how to use filters and saved searches in Tenable IO for vulnerability analysis. You can use filters and saved searches on the Vulnerabilities workbench, the Assets workbench, or when analyzing scan results. Let's start with the Vulnerabilities workbench. You can view by plugin or by asset. Let's say I want to view all my assets that have exploitable vulnerabilities which also have a higher critical rating. So I can click here on Advanced. I want exploit available is equal to true. Add another filter. Severity is high or critical. Now, it's important to look at the filter logic as well. This is set to match all by default. That implies a logical and. The other option is match any, which is a logical or. Since in this case I wish to see a cross-section of assets that have both a higher critical severity and exploit available, I'll leave this at match all. Now before I even apply this, I know that this is a query that I use frequently. I don't want to have to search for and set these filters every time. So I can just automatically save it. Now it's applied. But if I log in and have no filters, I just now can click on my saved and the filters automatically load and apply. Now, since scan results and workbenches have separate databases and different filter sets, the saved searches are also separate for those. So let's look at a scan result. I don't have any searches saved for scan results yet, but you can also set them the same way here. So let's say I want to see all of my vulnerabilities that have been exploited by malware. Now I've applied it, but I haven't saved the search yet. But I can go back up here. The number one, it means that there is one filter set. So you can see 2, 3, etc. It just means the number of filters that are set. So I click on Save Search. Now this will be available to pull up anytime I analyze any scan result, but it won't be available on the Vulnerabilities workbench. The Assets workbench also has its own filters and saved searches. Here, I want to look for any assets that have been tagged with the operating system contains Linux that I've not performed a Nessus vulnerability scan on. So I only see one that was detected by my Azure connector. And again, I can go ahead and save this search if I want.
Today, we'll be discussing the process of how to link Tenable IO or Tenable SC into your Jira on-prem version 7. Version 7 is currently the only supported version for this integration. You'll first go to our downloads page, which is tenable.com/downloads. Then go to integrations and download the Jira on-prem plugin for Tenable. That should download as a OBR file. Once the file is downloaded, you'll go to your Jira as the administrator and go to Settings and Add-ons. Then you'll be taken to Manage Apps and you'll upload the OBR file. You can then proceed to upload the file, and the add-on will now be installed on your Jira on-prem. Once installed, you'll be able to see that the add-on plugin is now included. Then you can go into the modules and see what has been added. If you are strictly using Tenable IO, you can disable the Tenable SC portion. If you're using Tenable SC, you can disable the Tenable IO portion. Refresh the page, and you'll now see Tenable IO configuration and Tenable SC configuration that is available. Go to Tenable IO, and here is the address for Tenable IO, which is cloud.tenable.com. You'll enter your access key found in Settings, My Account, API Keys, and generate your key. You'll see your access and secret key. That is where you'll enter the access and secret key for the Tenable IO configuration. You can also specify the vulnerabilities and the sync time. In this case, I'm going to set for June 1st. And you can determine what the lowest severity will be imported, either that be low or informational. You can set the interval, default being 60. I will then select the project. You can create a project for the Tenable IO vulnerabilities so that there is a separate section in your Jira for the Tenable IO vulnerabilities. I will then save, and that will now link Tenable IO vulnerabilities into your Jira on-prem. For Tenable SC, very similar process. You'll enter the Tenable SC IP address, the username, and the password. The sync of the vulnerability since, the lowest severity, the interval, and then similarly, you can create a project for your Tenable SC vulnerabilities, and you can save. Now I'm going to drop down, and I can see my projects, and you'll now see the vulnerabilities from Tenable IO or Tenable SC available in each of your projects as a ticket or issue. That is the process of adding Tenable Jira on-prem plugin version 2 to Jira version 7.
Scan success. The goal is to ensure all discovered assets have been scanned and to identify assets that do not have scan data associated with them. There are multiple ways to do this, and you should start with the simplest method, which utilizes the Assets Workbench. The Assets Workbench is a great place to start, as it lists all assets discovered by Tenable IO. These assets can be discovered through integrations with cloud providers, third-party products, Nessus scanners, and Nessus network monitors. Here you can see that there are 293 assets across the environment. The Assets Workbench lists the domain name, IP address, operating system, last seen timestamp, and the discovery source. For example, the assets in this list have been identified using the Amazon Web Services connector. Now that you have a list of assets, you need to determine which assets have been scanned for vulnerabilities. The easiest way to accomplish this is to use a filter. Click on Advanced in the top navigation bar. For the filter criteria, choose Has Plugin Results. Leave the operator as is equal to, and leave the value as true. The results show that only 10 assets have been scanned by some method. The top half have been scanned by a Nessus scanner, as shown in the source column. In the bottom half are web applications, which have been scanned by the web application scanner. Clicking on an asset will provide more details about it, including the update history, vulnerabilities, and additional metadata. Conversely, to identify assets which have not been scanned for vulnerabilities, simply change the value in the search criteria to false. The result is a list of assets you need to scan for vulnerabilities, as they present an unknown risk to your organization. It can also be helpful to tag these assets for easy identification. Simply select all of the assets in the list and click Add Tags. For the category, create a new one, such as Assessment Status. For the value, create a new one, such as Not Scanned. Now you are ready to begin conducting vulnerability assessments on these assets. The method for which you use to gather vulnerability data can vary based upon the location, device type, and nature of the asset. A combination of deployed Nessus scanners and Nessus agents.
I'm going to show you how to launch a malware scan in Tenable IO. The goal of this video is to detect unknown software, which helps detect new types of malware, as well as potentially unwanted and unmanaged software in the IT systems. Tenable malware detection uses a combined reputation-based whitelist and blacklist approach to monitor known good processes, alert unknown bad, and identify the coverage gaps between the two by flagging unknown processes for further inspection. Let me show you how to do this. To launch a malware scan, first you will need to click on the Scans tab at the top of the screen. Once this window is opened up, you will click on the New Scan tab. In the Scans template, you will want to select Malware Scan. In the New Scan template, you will want to put a name for your scan, a description if needed, a folder where the scan will reside, and then you will need to select your scanner. If this is an external asset, you could use one of our cloud scanners, or you could use an internal scanner that is closest to the asset. Next, you will need to select the target group. You could also put the IP address. Once you have done that, you can now select credentials. For purposes of this video, I have predefined a Windows credential group. Now you are ready to launch the scan. Once the scan is started, you will notice that the scan status will go from pending to running. When the scan is complete, you can click on the scan for further details. You will notice that there are 4 tabs. There is the Assets tab, which shows that I have 19 assets that were scanned. There were 46 vulnerabilities. 1 note was recorded, and 1 history, because this is the first time we have run the scan. If you want to see additional details about an asset, you can click on that asset. And now you can see all the vulnerabilities that were detected on that asset, as well as further details such as the IP address, DNS name, the OS, when this scan was started and stopped, and how long it took.
This video will discuss using Vulnerability Priority Rating, or VPR, to effectively prioritize remediation efforts in your organization. The VPR functionality in Tenable IO does a great job of identifying the real-world risk of vulnerabilities in your organization. As you can see, based upon CVSS scores, there are 119 critical and 623 high rated assets in this environment. However, based on the VPR calculations, this comes down to 91 critical and 194 high assets, greatly reducing the amount of remediation required across the two severity levels. Even with this reduction, it can be helpful to further narrow down the data, as different analysts may need different types of information. For example, to narrow down the most critical assets based on VPR to Windows system vulnerabilities, we can chain filters together. First, create a new filter and set the first filter criteria for a VPR of 9 or greater. Add another filter for the plugin family of Windows bulletins. As you can see, the number of assets have been narrowed down even further to Windows patches that need to be applied, which can easily be disseminated to the appropriate team members. Another useful method is to combine a VPR filter with tags. We'll choose the same VPR rating of 9 or greater. Next, we'll add another filter based upon a previous tag that we have created based on operating systems. In this example, we'll choose Windows. The benefit of this type of filter is that it will show vulnerabilities which affect both the operating system as well as third-party packages such as web browsers. A similar filter can be applied for Linux systems by leveraging pre-existing tags. Another helpful filtering method is to combine VPR rating with existing tags that are based on integrations. In this example, we'll create a filter that shows VPRs with a high or critical rating that exist in Amazon Web Services EC2 instances located in the United States. These filters can be as specific or as broad as you would like, depending on how your organization is laid out and who is responsible for your assets. This video will discuss scanning assets using the pre-authorized Amazon Web Services Nessus scanner. The pre-authorized scanner can be deployed through the Amazon Web Services Marketplace and provides tighter integration with your AWS environment. For deployment and configuration, consult the Integration Configuration Guide for the pre-authorized scanner in the Tenable documentation. Once the scanner is deployed and connected to your Tenable IO environment, you can use it to launch a scan. Navigate to the Scanners section and verify the scanner has connected. Here we've given it a name to easily identify it as an AWS scanner. Create a new scan. Choose the desired scan type, such as a basic network scan or a credentialed patch audit. After providing a name, choose the AWS scanner from the scanner list. You'll notice the interface changes and the targets field no longer displays. Choosing the desired targets is done in the Targets section at the left. Because the scanner is integrated with your AWS account, EC2 instances in the same VPC as the deployed scanner will be displayed. Note that this scanner also supports targets in peered VPCs if your configuration is set up in such a way. There are two options when selecting targets. You can choose individual targets to scan by checking their boxes, or select the option to scan all targets. Scanning all targets will automatically scan any running EC2 instances that the scanner can access at the time of the scan. Configure any additional scan options as desired and launch your scan. The scan runs just as any other, without the need to remember host names or IP addresses during scan configuration. We will discuss identifying vulnerabilities discovered through passive listening. Passive listening analyzes network traffic to provide continuous visibility into managed and unmanaged assets on your networks. This is accomplished using the Nessus Network Monitor as a sensor connected to your Tenable IO environment. For configuration and deployment, please consult the Tenable documentation page for the Nessus Network Monitor. Once logged into Tenable IO, navigate to your scanners. Verify the Nessus Network Monitor is listed as online. To view vulnerabilities identified passively, navigate to your scans. Data gathered from the Nessus Network Monitor will be labeled with NNM. Here you can see the history of reports that the Nessus Network Monitor has sent to Tenable IO. The number of reports in this list is based upon the frequency you have set for the reporting interval, as well as the length of time the NNM has been running. As you can see, this NNM has reported to Tenable IO 4 times. The other 2 tabs represent the number of discovered assets and vulnerabilities. The current report from NNM shows 744 vulnerabilities across 343 assets. Clicking the Vulnerabilities or Assets tabs provide a similar view as their workbenches in the dashboard. This familiar view allows you to easily use the same filtering options. For example, you can filter on critical severity vulnerabilities. Analyzing the data is easy, as clicking on an item in the list provides more details about the vulnerability. For example, the Nessus Network Monitor has detected an older version of Mozilla Firefox being used on the network. Here you can see rich information about the vulnerability, including metadata as well as a list of hosts which were observed using the outdated browser. These vulnerabilities have been discovered without running any active scans and are gathered by monitoring network traffic across your environment. This video will cover using tags to create meaningful asset groupings for the purpose of identifying gaps in scan coverage and leveraging additional data sources. First, navigate to the Tags section. The first set of tags we create will relate to the type of data gathered on our assets. When creating a new tag, we must first define a category. We will call this one Data Gathering. For the value, we will start with identifying assets which have Nessus scan data but no data from the Nessus Network Monitor. We will call the value Nessus without NNM. We can dynamically apply these tags to assets by clicking the checkbox. For the filter criteria, we want to define the source as coming from Nessus. We also want to define another filter which ensures the assets do not have the Nessus Network Monitor data. Click Create. Assets matching this tag can give you an idea of where to place additional Nessus Network monitors to passively monitor your assets in between scans. Now, let's repeat the process to identify assets which have Nessus Network Monitor data but no Nessus Scan data. We'll choose the existing data gathering category and add a value of NNM without Nessus. Set the source filters to contain NNM and not contain Nessus. Assets matching this tag will help you identify the gaps in your Nessus deployments or gaps in your scheduled scan coverage. Next, we'll identify assets which do not have any vulnerability data associated with them at all. Choose the existing category and define a value as no vulnerability data. We will exclude all sources of vulnerability data, which include agents, Nessus Network Monitor, and Nessus. These assets are not covered by any sensor at all and present an unknown risk to your organization. We can also leverage integrations for tagging purposes. Let's create a set of tags specific to Amazon Web Services. For the tag category, we'll call it AWS. For the value, we'll identify all assets in the United States. Create multiple filters for US-based AWS regions. Be sure to change the operator to any. Lastly, let's identify all US-based AWS resources which have not been scanned by Nessus. Use the existing category and create a new value such as United States no Nessus data. For the filter, use the existing tag we just created, as well as a filter for no Nessus data. These tags can help you identify gaps in your asset coverage regardless of where they exist, and help you decide where to deploy additional sensors. You can filter on these tags from the Assets workbench.
Today I will demonstrate tag-based scanning, which allows you to use asset tags to define targets for your Nessus scans. Tags allow customers to create dynamic groups of assets based on business criteria or asset ownership. An example would be a tag based on operating system values. Make sure your tags are properly configured before you use tag-based scanning. For this demonstration, I will use a tag based on operating system values. Let's configure a basic network scan. Give it a name. Select the scanner that you want to use. From this drop-down, you can see all the asset tags that are available to you. You can select one or more tags. You can view the assets that fall under those tags. Go back to the scan configuration screen. Save the scan. From this screen, you can launch the scan. Scanning could take some time. I have already run a similar scan, and let's see the results of that. As you can see, the 4 assets that were tagged by the asset tag that we selected have been scans, and the results are available in the scan results. This covers the basics of tag-based scanning. For more information,
To add a new user in Tenable IO. First, we will go to the top left to the More button. When the drop menu comes out, we will click Settings. Then we will go to Users. When the Users screen appears, we will go to the top left and click Create User. A pop-out window will come from the right-hand side where we will now type a username. We'll just put Tom Jones. We will then be required to put a username, as well as an email address. And finally, we will need to put a password. Keep in mind your password must have uppercase, lowercase, a number, and a special character. So we will put a password in now. Finally, we will need to select a role. For purposes of this example, I will select Standard User. And now I will hit create. You will now see that that user is created, and we can see that the user is never logged on, and it is a standard user. Let's log out and now test this account. Once again, I will put the username, and we will log in as that user. When the dashboard appears, we will go in to check the permissions. We will go down to settings, and you will notice that this standard user does not have a lot of the same account management that the administrator.
Credential Scan, log into Tenable IO and click on the scans at the top of the nav bar. Then click New Scan. In this example, we're going to use Credential Patch Audit, but credential scanning can be done with any template. So we want to give the scan a name. I'm just going to call it Credential Patch Audit. Now make sure to select one of your scanners, not our cloud scanners. So I'm going to use my demo scanner, and then enter your target. I'm just going to scan one particular asset, but you can scan multiple assets with credential scans. Next thing we do is click on the Credentials tab. We'll be doing a credentialed scan of a Linux system, so we'll need SSH. And in this particular example, we're just going to use a username and password, so I'm going to select the password option. Now we enter in the username and the super safe password. Now, entering the username and password is great, but most Linux systems are not going to let you see very much as a non-privileged user, so you'll also want to elevate your privileges so you can get more detailed information. So we're going to change this elevate privileges with from nothing to SU. And then we're going to give it the root password for the system. Now, what you can do is you can also save these credentials into the Tenable Credential Manager so they can be reused in other scans. But in this case, I'm just going to use it in this scan, so I'm just going to click on Save. And then you can launch the scan. I have a credential patch out that I've already completed in my credentialed scans folder. So let's look at this one here, Credential Patch Audit with SU. Now, if I click on the Vulnerabilities tab, we can see all the various vulnerabilities that we've discovered, but there's also the Nessus Scan Information plugin. And if we click on this, we're going to see down here a part called Credential Checks. And we see, yes, it was done with the user JSmith via SSH. Now let's look into some of the issues you might run into when doing credentialed scans. One of the things that I often get asked about is what this message scan forbidden means. This indicates that you were using a cloud scanner from Tenable IO, so trying to scan from an external scanner into your internal systems. That's not going to work. You need to use an internal scanner, so you're going to see this scan forbidden message if you've selected the wrong scanner. Now, provided you selected the correct scanner, you could still have some failures. If we look at, what do we have here? Unsuccessful credentialed audit. Okay, so in this example, if we click on vulnerabilities, we're going to see a plugin fired that says authentication failure, local checks not run. So that's an indication that it couldn't log in with my JSmith account. Could be that I gave it the wrong account name, that account doesn't exist, or password's wrong. You'll also notice there's a lack of vulnerabilities being reported from this scan because it wasn't able to even log in to see anything on the system. So definitely keep an eye out for this. And then there's one other issue that can come up if you have elevated privileges that aren't actually elevating. So if you go under vulnerabilities here, you will see SSH command required privileged escalation. And if we click on this output, we can see that it's saying the commands failed due to lack of privilege escalation. So this is an example of either I gave it the wrong password for the root account,
Or if I was using another method to escalate privileges, the credentials were wrong or I wasn't allowed.
This video will discuss measuring data quality with Tenable IO. The best case scenario for data gathering is to conduct credentialed scans or agent scans. If a credentialed scan cannot be conducted, a remote network-based scan is the next best method. Using Tenable IO, you can determine which assets have been assessed by each method. On the Vulnerabilities workbench, click the By Asset tab. The Authentication widget provides an overview of the number of vulnerabilities discovered using local versus remote checks. In this example, many more were discovered using remote checks. A large discrepancy such as this implies that credentialed scans may not be happening on all assets. To dig deeper, navigate to the Assets workbench. As you can see, there are 3,637 assets in this environment. Create a new filter. Set the parameters to asset assessed is equal to true. This brings our total to 1,078 which have been assessed by either Nessus, Nessus agents, or a Nessus network monitor. However, specifically looking for credentialed checks which yield the best results requires a different filter. Navigate to the By Asset section of the Vulnerabilities workbench. Create a filter for plugin type is equal to local. This brings the total down to 109 assets. Therefore, there are 3,637 assets in the environment, of which only 109 have local plugin results. To create the inverse filter, which identifies hosts without successful authentication, change the filter criteria to plugin ID is not equal to 110095. You can export this list and create a process to obtain credentials and conduct scans against these assets.
Tenable IO, we're presented here with our dashboard. We can see all of the data that we've gathered throughout our scans. We're going to select the scan option here at the top. We will locate the scan that we would like to export. Here we can see the history of the scans that we've conducted on these assets. We'll go ahead and we will choose one of those scans. We'll go up here in the top right to the export button. We can see that we have 4 separate options here to export the data: a .nessus file, a PDF, an HTML file, and a CSV file. We'll go ahead and select CSV for this particular example. We'll give it a moment as it starts to gather that data, and we can see that down here in the bottom left, our data is beginning to be exported in CSV format. So our data has been exported, and that is how you export a scan from Tenable IO.
In this video, I'll discuss dashboard templates in Tenable IO. By default, the Vulnerability Management Overview will be your main dashboard. This view has no specific focus, however, so it's hard to see from here what needs to be remediated. Tenable IO has several dashboard templates which can help you focus on analyzing specific types of vulnerabilities and which ones to remediate first. These dashboards can be used for reporting as well. Let's say we want to see at a glance how many assets are missing patches and how many patches are missing on each asset. The Outstanding Remediation Tracking dashboard can help with that. Once it's been added, there are several further actions you can perform. Set as default to make this dashboard the default view every time you log in. Filters change the asset focus for all widgets on the dashboard. This currently can be for all assets, by target group, or custom IP range. Widgets allow you to add additional widgets to this dashboard for further customization. Once you have your dashboard set up the way you need, you can use it to create reports. Manually export or set up a schedule that can automatically email a PDF report. In this video, I'll discuss how to launch a compliance scan in Tenable IO. To add a compliance scan, there are several templates available depending upon the type of audit you wish to perform. This includes Audit Cloud Infrastructure, SCAP and Oval Auditing, MDM Config Audit, Offline Config Audit for uploading network device config files, and Policy Compliance Auditing. The Policy Compliance Auditing template will work well for most of your compliance needs. Give your scan a meaningful name and select a scanner appropriate to your targets. If you scan multiple targets, the scanner will automatically check the operating system first before attempting to run an audit. Audits are only run on targets where the audit check type matches up with the target OS. All audits require credentials. The level of permissions in the credentials may vary depending upon the audit checks. Many Windows audits will need an account that has domain privileges as well as registry and WMI access. SSH credentials should generally have root access or use privilege escalation. On the Compliance tab, select the audit or audits for your scan. You can search by name. Several audits allow for further customization within the UI. Results are broken into two parts, vulnerabilities and audits. The vulnerabilities section will have just a few informational plugins. The details in these plugins may help you troubleshoot the scan. For example, I can immediately see here that I had credential issues on a couple of my hosts, so will not have any audit information for those hosts. The audit section shows three types of results: failed, warning, and passed. Results with a severity of yellow or warning may indicate that the check could not run for some reason, such as a registry key or file missing. Some audit checks that run an executable may also return a result with a warning severity. That's because there is no pass or fail per se, as there is no benchmark in the check to compare. Instead, there is just the output from the executable, such as in this check.
We are going to create a report in Tenable IO. You can create a report from a dashboard view. On the top left hamburger button, we're going to go to Vulnerability Management. And then we're going to go to Dashboard, and we're going to add a new dashboard. I'm going to choose a template. You can customize this as well. Let's choose Executive Summary Template. And we're going to add that template in there. And we're going to edit this template. We'll call this Demo Executive Summary. We could add additional information in this report or this dashboard. And on the top right, hit More. You can export this into a report. We can schedule this or download this as a PDF. Let's download this. While this is downloading, we can schedule this as well. This could be scheduled daily, weekly, monthly, or yearly. And this could be sent out unencrypted or encrypted. And you can schedule this. Now let's go back to the report that was completed. I'm going to hit download. And I'm going to open up that report. And there you go. This is how you create a report in Tenable IO.
In this video, I'll discuss advanced host discovery scan options in Tenable IO. In a previous video, Launch a Discovery Scan, we discussed a few of the basic options within the Host Discovery Scan template. To recap, name your scan, enter targets, and select an appropriate scanner for those targets. Now let's look more closely at the discovery options. As well as simple host enumeration and OS identification, you can use the scan template to enumerate all the open ports on your hosts. Common ports instruct the scanners to scan approximately 4,790 commonly used ports. The list of ports can be found in the Nessus-services file on your local Nessus scanner. All ports means just that, all 65,535 ports. Note selecting this option can greatly increase your scan time. Selecting Custom Discovery allows you to further adjust ping and port scanner settings. The scan is already optimized for the fastest and most accurate scan for most networks, but your network administrator can tell you what works best for your environment. Take care especially with UDP. A UDP ping, especially against Linux targets, can immensely increase your scan time. In port scanning, while UDP ports can be exploitable, save this setting for later assessments. UDP should generally never be enabled for a discovery scan. One thing you can do here is limit the ports more by specifying only a few with a comma delimited list. Finally, in the report options, you may find it useful to designate hosts by their DNS name. You can also choose to display unreachable hosts, though in that case I would set up separate scans for unreachable hosts or for hosts that are live.
Scanning Azure assets with Tenable IO. I'll be talking about two primary components. An optional component is the Azure connector within Tenable IO, and the required component is the Azure Nessus Core scanner you'll find in the Azure Marketplace. This is the required scanner that's only allowed to scan assets within the Azure Compute Network itself that connects directly to the Tenable IO. The connector uses an API to ingest or import all of the compute assets that you've deployed or that your company has deployed within the Azure compute environment. So let's take a look at what that looks like. Under settings, we go to connector, and you'll see my predefined Azure connector as I have configured. We'll see that there's an application ID, tenant ID, and the client secret. This allows the API connection from cloud to cloud, from the Azure cloud or Tenable IO cloud to connect to the Azure cloud, and specifically to your tenant. This import is scheduled, in this case, to import every hour, though its maximum import interval would be every 30 minutes. Minimum can be at any time otherwise. Once this has been configured, and an import has been successful, we'll be able to go and see those assets that have been imported using filters. We can confirm those assets by using the source category containing the Azure connector. Select apply, and we can see the list of compute objects that have been discovered within the Azure environment. Up until this point, we've not used the scanner at all. This is purely API based, but what we can do is use this filter to apply to a scanner. Traditionally, you can also use the scanner with a predefined network property to scan the network LANs of devices that live on these networks here, but that's going to scan the full range or the full CEDAR class. What the connector does is allows us to import those objects directly through the API and applies it directly to the scan. So let's take a quick look at tagging, because tagging allows us to dynamically apply that filter to an Azure defined tagging group. So as assets are discovered or imported through that connector, I would populate this group, and it's this group definition that gets applied to the scan. You can see the Azure VM ID specifically for the Nessus scanner that I have deployed. I've used the VM ID to isolate that from the scan group as to not scan it. Let's take a look at the scan, the sensors. And we can see that with my BYOL license and deployment, I've imported a Tenable Azure scanner. Now this scanner is offline for my home lab, but once it's deployed, you'll see it online consistent with the rest of the scanners. But take in mind that this scanner directly is specifically what you've provisioned. These are not shared scanners. That's the scanner that has been deployed through Marketplace associated with your compute environment. Once the scanner is part of your Tenable IO tenant, we can then go and define a scan that includes not only the scanner, but the tags that I've discussed that isolates those compute resources as part of the scan itself. So let's take a look at what that scan job looks like. And you can see that there is a very specific tag that I've defined. That's the tag that we spoke about earlier. And there are no target assets specified by IP, by CEDAR class, by range, or by FQDN. We can also see that for the scanner itself, I have that Tenable Azure scanner associated with the scan. And that's basically all you need. Everything else is pretty standard to scans. We can assess discovery, any type of assessment, reports, or advanced settings with credentials. And these can be specific to the Azure environment credentials.
IO AWS connector for keyless authentication and auto discovery. The benefit for configuring AWS connector in Tenable IO is to provide real-time visibility and auto discovery into your EC2 assets. First, what you need to do in AWS is to configure CloudTrail. You need to create a role called Tenable IO connector with the following ID information. You will need your AWS account ID. This information can also be found in Tenable IO guide. So in the policies for AWS, here are the permissions that you will need to follow to configure the policies. The policy, we're going to follow those configuration. We're going to create the Amazon EC2 policy, and we're going to create the CloudTrail policy. If you have organization, you can create organization as well. So once those are created, these will be the permissions for EC2 in this case. And we have permissions for CloudTrail, and then we have permission for organization. Once that is done, we're going to create the role. To create the role, you're going to choose another AWS account. The account ID number is the number you can find in the guide. And then you're going to check off require external ID. So you're going to copy this external ID from your Tenable IO connector portal. Once that's done, you're going to go to next. And you're going to choose policies that you created. You're going to add those in. Check here. And check here. You could create tags, but that's optional. And once that's completed, the role name will be Tenable IO-connector. And there you go, your role has been created. Next, we're going to go to our Tenable IO portal. We're going to create the connector. You're going to go down to settings, and then connectors. I'm going to add the connector and choose Amazon AWS. I'm going to create a network called demo. Create a name called demo. So the account ID, this is your AWS account ID. Then you save. So now once that's completed, the status changed to importing. And to check that it is importing your EC2 assets, you're going to go down to Assets, then you will see all your EC2 instances.
Add a new Nessus scanner, agent, or other sensor to your Tenable IO account. First, log on to Tenable IO with your user credentials. Next, select the hamburger button in the top left corner of the screen. Select Settings at the bottom of the menu. Then select Sensors. This is now our Sensors Management Console. Each sensor has its own grouping. In this case, we will add a new Nessus scanner. Simply select the Nessus grouping. We now see all the scanners being managed by our Tenable IO instance. To add a new scanner, select Add Nessus in the top right corner. A new display will come over from the right side of the screen. The linking key to add the Nessus scanner is displayed at the top of the new display. Select Copy. At this point, we can go back to our Nessus scanner, select Manage Scanner, and then paste the linking key that we received from Tenable IO. Select Continue, and the Nessus scanner will be added to our Tenable IO instance.
Today we're going to cover how to use SSH public key authentication in Tenable IO. We will need a public-private key to start, and then I'll show you how to apply that key to the credential store and ultimately apply it to a scan. Let's start by validating that key against a known system that I have for that user. So the string I'll use off of my Linux platform is SSH-I, which calls for the private key. The user I'm going to authenticate against at the host that I'm going to authenticate against. So let's validate that. We'll see that we've been successfully logged into the terminal. So now that we've validated, I can exit from the screen, and I'm going to navigate to Settings and Credentials. Add a new credential. Navigate down to SSH. We want to give an arbitrary friendly name. SSH user can be, this should probably match the user that you're going to use. We want to select public key. Before we can change this username, we need to add a file. So this is the public key that I'm going to use, that I've used to validate against using that private key earlier against the system we tested. And once I do that, you'll see that I can change the username. And then if you have a passphrase that locks the private key, we'll want to enter that. And any escalation privileges you want to define with sudo. Typically, they are the same user that you're logged in with and its password, or escalation password. So we'll create that user. And now we see that the new SSH user, SSH credential, is now stored in the Tenable IO credential store. When we go to open up a new scan or an existing scan, we go to Advanced Scan. Under a new scan, we'll go to Credentials, Add Credentials, Manage Credentials, and we'll see the SSH user that we've just created. So we can add that to a scan, and of course, as long as we enter a name and all the properties, we can save this. Let's home that. Let's save this. What I wanted to point out is we can also apply SSH keys manually. Instead of using the credentialed store, we can also define the user or credentials on a per scan or per policy basis. So if we add credentials, we saw I can select from Manage Credentials, or under Host, I can add SSH with the public key mechanism the same way. And of course here I can define a little bit more by the communication port, even the client version of SSH.
I'm going to show you how to sign up for a Tenable.io account. First, open up your browser and go to Tenable.com. This will bring you to the Tenable's official website. Then you will see the free trial button on the top right. Then click on it. Once you do, you will see all of Tenable's product in one page. And this time we're going to sign up for a Tenable.io account. So click on Try for Free button under Tenable.io. This will bring up a quick sign-up form you will need to fill out. Once you provide your business information, then click on the Get Started button on the bottom. You will get an email from Tenable, and we will help you to activate Tenable.io account so you can start using cloud-based vulnerability management platform almost immediately. I'm going to show you how to perform an external scan in Tenable.io. First, you need to log into Tenable.io. Once logged in, click on the menu icon on the top left. This will allow you to see the list of enabled Tenable solutions and tasks you can perform. To launch an external scan, we're going to select Scan under Tools. This will take you to the scan page where you can create a new scan job. We're going to click on the Create Scan button on top right. Then we're going to show you the list of available scan templates in Tenable.io and also a brief explanation of each template. We're going to select Basic Network Scan, which is often used for a full vulnerability scan that is suitable for any host. Enter a scan name. If desired, a description and folder to put the result in. Tenable.io comes with cloud scanners, so without you deploying any scanners on your own, you can perform an external scan immediately. We're going to select one of our available cloud scanner here. And next, enter IP ranges or DNS names of your public-facing assets. When finished, simply click on Save and Launch button on the bottom. You can see the scan is now in running state. Once the scan completes, you can click on it to navigate the scan result.
We'll cover how to import audit files to Tenable IO. Let's go ahead and get started. First of all, what is an audit file and what do you use it for? In simple terms, an audit file is an XML-based text file used to audit specific configurations, file permissions, and access controls of many platform types. When preparing for a compliance scan, you must first create a template that utilizes the audit files you want. Tenable has created a predefined policy compliance auditing template that is required to be used as a starting point to ensure that all the necessary settings are configured. To access that template, click the three stacked lines in the top left corner, scroll down to Templates, and then click the plus sign to create a template. You'll see the policy compliance auditing template. We're going to go ahead and select that. First, we need to go ahead and fill out this template, and then the last step will be to upload the audit file. So I always think it's a good practice to include the name of the audit file in the name of the template so you know right away what the audit is for. In the description box, make a note of what was changed in the audit file, just a brief summary. And then I'm going to configure this for Windows. And then all templates that you create that use an audit file require administrative or root-like credentials. I'm going to go ahead and input one for Windows and hit Save at the bottom. And then the last step is to configure your compliance audit. So we're going to go ahead and choose Add. And then in the pop-up window, you're going to go ahead and select the platform that you're going to be scanning. So in my case, it's a Windows server, so I'm going to click on Windows. And when you click on that down arrow, it drops down a list of all the current audits that Tenable has available to you. And if you've taken one and modified it, you're going to use the top option, which is Upload a Custom Audit File. Then you go ahead and add the file and browse to the location where your modified audit file lives. Select it and choose Open. It's important to save at the bottom. That actually uploads the file to the template. And then hit Save again. That saves the actual template. Now you should see your template listed under templates. So it's now ready for you to use in a scan.
We'll be going over how to configure and register a Nessus scanner to your Tenable IO account. First off, you will need to install Nessus on your operating system of choice, and then access the web interface of the Nessus scanner through HTTPS, the IP address of the system, port 8834. Now, once you are in this particular interface, you'll then select Manage Scanner, and you'll hit Continue. There are a few options that are available. We're going to select Tenable IO specifically. Then we'll log into our Tenable IO account and go to the menu on the top left, pivot into Settings, then go into Sensors, and then on the left, you'll see Nessus that is available. We'll hit Add Nessus, and then there will be a linking key that is available that is specific to your Tenable IO account. You'll want to copy that particular linking key, go back to Nessus, paste in that linking key, and if you are using a proxy in order to reach outbound 443 to Tenable IO, you'll include that there. Hit Continue, and create a username or password for the Nessus scanner. Once that is completed, you should see the scanner show up in Tenable IO. This may take a brief moment in order for the scanner to show up. And now my scanner that I just linked is showing up in my Tenable.
We'll be recreating this role for you that expands permissions to enable frictionless assessment for your environment. So now we can go back into Tenable IO and set up the new AWS connector to enable frictionless assessment. To do this, click on Settings and then go to Cloud Connectors. Click on Create Connector and then select the AWS keyless setup. Next, you'll need a name for the connector and then input your organization's AWS account ID. And so this is similar information you previously used and inputted if you had configured the AWS connector originally. So the next step is to create a pre-configured stack in your AWS account. This removes a lot of the manual processes with setting up a role and IAM policy in AWS by using a CloudFormation template. And so once you click Create Stack, you'll see a similar screen in AWS with all the necessary parameters already pre-populated. All you need to do is to click that you acknowledge that you are allowing Tenable to set up an IAM resource with custom names, and then click Create Stack. And so what we're doing now is setting up a Tenable connector role in all the proper permissions needed, as well as setting up AWS Systems Manager for inventory collection. You'll see that the stack creation is actually in progress. And if you click on the various tabs, you'll see that the new Tenable connector role is still being created. So just give it a few short seconds to complete. And then in the Stack Info tab, you'll finally see that the connector role has been successfully created. Now let's go back into Tenable IO to finish the rest of the setup. You'll need to click Continue Setup under Step 2 to connect to your AWS environment. And so just give it a few seconds to update. And then finally, let's go into the tag section to select which tags you want to pull into Tenable IO for assessment. One of the best practices we're recommending is to create a new AWS tag that identifies all EC2 instances that should be assessed within Tenable IO, which makes it really easy to select all your assets in the configuration menu. Here, I'll select the tag that I want to pull into the platform, and then click Save. After a couple of seconds, you'll need to confirm your selection one final time, and that's it. You're now off and running.
Assess, communicate, and begin remediation activities on Microsoft's proxy logon Hafnium vulnerabilities. So looking at the new proxy logon Hafnium vulnerability, first thing what we want to do on our network is actually go into the scans page and configure a scan policy that would allow us to test for this vulnerability. We can do that by clicking on the Create Scan, go into the scanner defined templates, which is your default screen. And you can get here a couple different ways. So if you wanted to run a tactical scan that was just immediately looking for this particular vulnerability and its associated plugins, you could absolutely select proxy logon, MS Exchange. That brings up a template that has kind of the minimal defined plugins that we would need to use to run the scan. Keep in mind that there's a couple different types of plugins that we have. There are credential plugins that allow us to see the version, vulnerabilities based off version information. And there's also an uncredentialed check, which would allow this to run the scan policy without even configuring credentials. But first thing we want to do is just go ahead and give this a name, set that to a defined scanner. So let's use the demo scanner. In this space, we can either use target groups, select tags, or we can run this based specifically on CIDR ranges or individual assets. And once that would be configured, we can go ahead and do that. If we wanted to run this with credentials, we would simply add the credentials in, either based on something that we already have, or we would jump in and create host credentials for this particular use case. Once that was configured, I'll go ahead and cancel out of this because we already have the results. You'd run that scan and you'd be all set to determine what sort of vulnerabilities exist on your networks from this particular associated CVEs. If we go out to the default vulnerability management workspace, we can see there is already a dashboard widget that has been defined for this, giving us two things to look at: vulnerable assets and also one that's potentially compromised. Keep in mind that there are 4 different plugins that Tenable has released that will give you an understanding of, based on versioning, that in fact these are the particular assets that are vulnerable, or we have one that's actually looking at compromised aspects itself. So we click into this dashboard, it does bring us into the vulnerable assets associated with this issue. And we can see, if we look at it by plugin count, we can actually see here are the 3 vulnerabilities that we would be looking at that are specific to versioning information. So we have Exchange Authentication Bypass, security updates. There's 2 different plugins for that. And you can see the counts associated. Now, keep in mind, one of the interesting things to focus on here is the difference between the vulnerability priority rating, the VPR score, and the traditional CVSS score. Remember, CVSS is really defined rather statically. It doesn't update all that much after a vulnerability is published, whereas vulnerability priority rating is updating on a day-to-day basis based upon new threat intel that we see. So we can see the differences, and there's a little informational icon which denotes that any CVSS difference in scoring between that and vulnerability priority rating that exceeds 3, we'll actually put that little indicator there to associate that. So those are the 3 plugins from that particular portion of the dashboard. If we go back and look at the other search and click on potentially compromised, we can see that there is one under there as well. And when we look at the plugin, it is the actual check that we're using to identify the fact that there's a potential exploit been run on this individual host. And if we click on the more, we can actually see the ASPX files that were listed that have been associated with the indicators of compromise that's specific to the happening attack. Now, one of the things that I also do here is we can create a safe search. So there are 4 particular plugins that we would look at that are related to this. So if I just type in proxy, you can see the one that I've already created, which is a safe search based on these 4 potential plugins. So these are the set of plugins that Tenable has produced based on or associated with the CVEs from the proxy login happening vulnerability. Once you have that information, you should be good to go. Creating customized dashboards and things like that with your safe search, it just automates that, makes it a little easier if you want to create customized views of this particular issue.
In this video, we will be walking through Tenable's provisioning portal, which allows customers to directly assign IPs and assets to their purchased consoles and containers, and also to create Nessus agent managers. To access the portal, head to provisioning.tenable.com and log in using your community account credentials. When you first log in, you'll land on the Tenable SC page. The flows for Tenable SC and Tenable SC CV are the same, so we'll just walk through the steps for Tenable SC, followed by those for Tenable IO. What's displayed here are all the parent license codes you have for Tenable SC, in this case just 1. And you can see the total number of IPs and consoles that you have under each parent license. When you click on a particular parent license code, you will see all the child consoles that are grouped under that parent. To create a console, use the Add Console button in the upper right, optionally set a label, and either use the slider bar or type in an IP count to set the number of IPs. To edit a console, hit the 3 dots, select Edit Console, and then use the slider bar again or type in your number of IPs to adjust the IP count. If you reduce the number of IPs, Those will be freed up to be used on another console. You can also delete a console using the Delete Console button. Once you've created a console, you will need to click on this link to go to the products page in Community so that you can set the hostname and download the key file. Note that whenever you edit a console size, you will need to re-download the key and upload to the respective host for those changes to take effect. Also keep in mind that it might take a minute or two for a new console to show up in Community. We also allow you to create Nessus agent managers through the provisioning portal. While you can purchase standalone Nessus agent managers, we allow you to create one on-prem agent manager per child console, as well as one cloud agent manager per parent license. To create an on-prem Nessus agent manager, click on the three dots and select Add On-Prem Agent Manager. Your Nessus agent manager will then appear in Community. Alternatively, to create a single cloud agent manager associated with your parent license, navigate to the Cloud Agent Managers tab and use the Add Cloud Agent Manager button on the upper right to create your agent manager. Just note that you will be asked to specify a unique email address, as is required for the creation of any cloud container. Now let's review how to create a Tenable IO container. The flow for Tenable IO is similar. Click on Tenable IO on the left and you'll be directed to this page, which lists all the parent license codes you have for Tenable IO. When you click on a particular parent license code, you will see all the child consoles associated with that parent code. Note that in this case, child consoles are synonymous with Tenable IO cloud containers. When you create a console in the provisioning portal, a cloud container is spun up on the fly, and thus you will be asked to specify a unique email address for the Tenable IO container. You will also be given the UUID for the container. As with Tenable SC, you can create, edit, and delete consoles, and you can shift assets from one to another. And that is it.
In Azure. So first thing I'm going to do is start off by creating a resource group, because everything in Azure needs a resource group. So we'll call this Tenable Demo, and I'm going to put it in Canada, Central. There we go. Nice and easy. Already created. Now, next thing I need is a virtual network. So I'm going to create a virtual network. I'll just put it in the Tenable network or Tenable Demo group, and I'm going to call this Tenable Demo VNet. And I'm going to keep the defaults for the IPs, and so not a problem there. I'll just wait for that to finish up. And that didn't take too long. So now we go to the resource. All right, so that's all good. Next thing we want is to create a virtual machine. And this is going to be for my Nessus scanner. So I'm going to call it Azure Nessus 1. Oh, sorry, that's actually create virtual network. Let me try that again. Virtual machine. There we go. Create virtual machine. So put it in Tenable Demo, Azure Nessus 1. And it has already pre-selected the image. I went into, to do that, just to show you, I went into the marketplace and did a search for Tenable and selected Tenable Nessus. All right. Now for password, give it a super secret password here. All righty. And I'm going to keep the spot instance the same. I'm just going to check on networking. It should put it on the default subnet, and it is, and it's going to give it a public IP address. Okay, so I'm going to click review and create. And now I'm just waiting for it to finish the deployment there. All right, and that resource has been created. So now I'm going to go to it, and I can see there's the public IP address. Now, normally, I wouldn't actually recommend giving it a public IP address. Give it a private IP address instead, and do something like connect to it by SSH or Bastion host, or RDP if you can. But in this case, I'm going to just go to it directly, and that's on port 8000. So this is Tenable Core. So it should be my password that I entered in earlier. And I'm just going to select reuse. Great, and I am logged in. Now I'm simply going to go to Nessus, and I could have gone here directly. I'm just showing you how this would normally work. So I click on that, and that's going to take me to the actual Nessus page where I tell it it's a managed scanner. I'm going to click continue, and now I need my Tenable IO linking key. So I'm logged into Tenable IO. I go down to settings, of course, click on sensors, click on linked scanners, click add a scanner, copy the linking key, add that in here, and continue. I'm also going to add in a username and password, and then I wait for the setup to finish. I can now turn off the Azure public IP address. So let me go back to Azure, and under networking, I'm going to find the public IP address, click on that, and I'm going to say disassociate. And now that is disassociated, I can delete it. I always recommend deleting the public IP addresses because Azure will charge you for those. All right, and that is now deleted. So if I go back here and try and refresh this page, it's not going to work. So everything's been secured. But if I go into Tenable IO and refresh the linked scanner page, let's see if we've got anything connected yet. And it is connected. Great. So we've now installed a video. I'm going to be showing you how to do a compliance scan of a SQL database hosted in Azure. Now, this is an Azure SQL database. It is slightly different than a on-prem Microsoft SQL database, but it is still an SQL database. So we are able to do a configuration compliance scan through Tenable. Whatever you do not run a full vulnerability scan on this because this is not a server that you own. This is a shared server. There are other customers on it. So you cannot run a vulnerability scan on it, but you can run a configuration compliance scan that will assess your particular instance on this shared server. So one thing I want to point out, if we go into our Tenable demo resource group, we have the database down here. We also have a Nessus scanner in here. Now, you would think normally the Nessus scanner should be able to connect to the SQL database, but these SQL databases do have firewall rules on them. So in order to get our Nessus scanner to be able to communicate with it, we have to go into the SQL database and click on Show Firewall Settings. And you see this box down here that says Allow Azure Services and Resources to access this server. It's currently set to no. So if I set that to yes and save that, then the Nessus scanner is going to be able to actually communicate with the server and do that configuration compliance. All right, I'm now in Tenable IO, and I'm going to create a vulnerability scan. So just to understand where I did this, I went under Vulnerability Management and clicked on Scans. And then I clicked in the Azure folder where I like to keep everything I'm doing for Azure. And I'm going to click Create Scan. And from this, I'm going to select the Policy Compliance Audit. And I'm going to provide a name of the scan. We'll just say Policy Compliance for Azure SQL Server. And for the scanner, I'm going to select my, it's a little off the screen there. Let me just move things around. Azure Nessus Scanner. Now for the target, I've got to go back to my SQL database, and we'll see the target name is right there. So I'm just going to click on that and copy it and paste that in there. All right. Now, next thing we have to do is the credentials section. So I'm going to click Add Credential. From the database section, I'm going to open that up and select database. Now the database type is going to be SQL Server. We're going to use password authentication. I'm not taking it out of a vault or anything like that. And I'm going to put in the username. Now, in this case, the user on here is SQL admin, but I have to also add in the @ and then the host name of the SQL server. If I don't have that host name in there as well and that @ symbol, it's not going to work. Now I also have to add in my super secret password and the database port, which by default is going to be 1433. For authentication, this needs to be changed to SQL. I don't believe these Azure SQL servers support Windows authentication. And then for instance, I don't have a particular database instance I want. I want to look at everything, so I'm just going to leave it blank and click Save. Now, under the next step, we're going to check on compliance, and we're going to select a configuration standard. Now, the easy way to do this is I'm just going to type in SQL. That's going to narrow things down. And under database, I can see there's a whole bunch of SQL servers. Now, the one that I found that seems to be closest to what's running in Azure is the 2016, but we'll see how that actually works. And my version here, I've done the scan a little bit before, so I already know it's 12.0.2195.0. And then I'm going to save that. And I should now have everything I need to launch this scan. So I'm just going to click Save and Launch, and we'll let that run. Okay, now we have the completed scan done. So let's click on that and look what happened. So it was able to see some ports open. And if we click on audits, we're able to see it was running the compliance checks on that. So that is how to run a compliance check with Azure SQL servers. Now, if you do run into any trouble, one thing I would say is edit the scan information, and under advanced, change this to custom. And if you scroll down to the bottom, you're going to find the enable plugin debugging and add all audit trails. That's going to be really useful to finding out what's going on with your database connection. All right, so I ran another scan just to show you what the plugin output looks like for the debug logging report. So we can see I've got this here. I'm going to click on that. That's going to take me into the actual scan plugins. Then click on that debug log again. And we can see it's got an attachment here. So if I click View Attachments, that's going to show me everything that it discovered in the scan from a debug log point of view. And it'll come up with this list of all the logs that it gathered. Now, the one that I find is the most useful is if you scroll down to the database compliance check log. And this is actually showing a packet capture of everything that was going back and forth. So if you scroll down here, you're going to see if there was an error, you're going to see an error message about the login. But in this case, everything went pretty well. So yeah, you can actually see the SQL admin at Tenable, that was successful. So yeah, the rest of this stuff, it definitely would not be this wordy if it wasn't successfully logging in. And if there's an issue with the login, I would generally look at the credentials, the firewall rules, and see what's misconfigured there. So I hope that was helpful. Thanks for watching.
Products for use with Microsoft's recent Print Nightmare vulnerability. Tenable released a number of plugins used to detect the presence of this vulnerability shortly after its disclosure. Print Nightmare is a remote command execution vulnerability existing in the Windows Print Spooler service, improperly allowing privileged file operations. An authenticated remote attacker can exploit this to bypass and run arbitrary code with system privileges. To begin, please make sure you've utilized the Tenable security blog for some background on this vulnerability. Using this blog, you can quickly link out to our released plugins for an overview, and we'll walk through these shortly. Now, scrolling down a little bit, you can see we'll highlight our VPR score right here. Tenable uses our proprietary vulnerability priority ratings to score vulnerabilities, and this gives us the ability to dynamically increase this score as threat activity becomes more widespread. As expected, we've seen a steady rise in VPR score since July 2nd, where this vulnerability originated as a 9.2. In the blog on July 7th, we showed it as a VPR of 9.6, and as of today, we bumped that up to a 9.7, so definitely a vulnerability to reckon with. As we scroll down through the bottom of the blog to the Identifying Affected Services section, you can see plugin 151440, which is our print spooler service detection plugin, can be used to begin enumeration. And then you can click on this link near the bottom to jump out to the plugins page and see all the relevant plugins. There are a series of plugins, all enumerated OOB for out of band for the security update, that were quickly released to address this issue. Now, for remediation purposes, of course, we're going to point you back to Microsoft's KB information to understand appropriate remediation steps to patch and things that you need to do to update the registry settings. One of the most recent plugin that we've updated is 151488, which should be utilized post-remediation to ensure that the recommended registry entry has also been applied where the service itself is still enabled. Now let's hop into the product and take a quick walkthrough to highlight how to detect and pursue this vulnerability. From a product perspective, Tenable SC, Tenable IO, or Nessus can be used to scan for this issue, and I'll be using Tenable IO today to highlight this for you. Your starting point is going to be, of course, running a scan. So if we go into the scans configuration, click on Create Scan, and go over and down to the tactical scan section. First thing we want to notice is that we did create a tactical scan called Print Nightmare that would directly go after this particular vulnerability. Of course, at any point in time, you could use the basic network scan, which will also have those plugins enabled. Or if you're using your advanced network scan policy, you can utilize that as well. You just want to make sure that the Microsoft families are, of course, enumerated and enabled in that. So for all intents and purposes, once we configured the scan and ran it, we have two choices. We can go directly into the scan result itself, which would work, just like as if we were in Nessus, but today we'll drill into Tenable IO. There's your individual scan result. Or we can go into the cumulative vulnerability workbench, which is where I'll start. So one of the first things that I did to enumerate this vulnerability was create a couple saved searches. The first one I used, which we'll just go ahead and grab this, would be for the print spooler service detected vulnerability plugin, and that gives us the ability to identify that I have eight hits for this, 8 assets that would fall under that issue. The second one that I configured was more specific to all the CVEs that fall under that. And you can see I can open up my filter. You can see it's directly related to the CVE, just doing that search, and then showing off all the vulnerability plugins that we enumerated and kind of reviewed earlier in this video. Quick thing to look at, we can go ahead and drill into the exposure related to the registry check. This gives us the ability to go into the output and see the specific information coming back from that key configuration. Now, there's an even easier way to enumerate this. So if you just click on Vulnerability Management, go to the Overview section in Tenable IO, we used to have the proxy logon widget that used to enumerate this information. We've changed that up to bring into Print Nightmare so that we can very quickly access that information. Your missing patch, again, this will drill directly into the issues related to the patch. And then the vulnerability configuration item you've seen just before I clicked over, that will take us into the registry check that we were just looking at. Now, one other way that you can get to this data, very, very easy, but specifically if you're a Lumen customer, is to go over to the Lumen side. And if you utilize the cyber exposure alert widget right here in the middle, this gives you the ability to do two things. One, I can drill directly out to the security blog and read that information from here. Or of course, if I go back and click on the 5% that I have that are currently impacted by this vulnerability, I can open up that filter and it brings me back to that same CVE we were looking at earlier, and it drops me into the asset view. And I can also switch over to the plugin view to begin my investigation. So thanks for your time reviewing this demo. Happy hunting.
In this video, I'll provide a high-level overview of the PCI ASV workflow. The PCI ASV workflow starts with determining the scope of your cardholder data environment. Using the PCI quarterly external scan template, scan all of the in-scope assets. If desired, you can divide this into multiple scans. Once your scans are completed, navigate to the PCI scan results. View the results. The PCI program guide requires remediation of all vulnerabilities with a severity of medium or higher. Once you have done so, You may relaunch the scan. Continue this scan remediation cycle until you achieve a clean scan. A clean scan means that any failure you do not intend to dispute has been remediated. Once you achieve a clean scan, use the Submit PCI button to submit the PCI scan to the ASV application. When you submit the scan to the PCI application, it will appear in the New Scan Results tab. Select all the scans that are in scope for your attestation and click Start Attestation. This will create an attestation report within the In Remediation tab. Select the item, complete the name and owner fields, verify the list of in-scope assets, and submit disputes for each failure you wish to dispute. Here you will need to select a reason for the dispute, an explanation, and upload evidence. Save your dispute. The Clone Disputes button will pull forward all disputes with matching vulnerability and host combinations, which is a time-saving feature. Once all disputes have been entered, you can submit to ASV review. When the scan is in ASV review, you will sometimes notice the information requested icon, which means that our assessor requires additional information about one or more disputes. You can navigate to the dispute section, find the item with the information requested, to find the note from our assessor. Once you have resolved all issues and the assessor has approved your disputes, you may navigate to the Attestations tab to download your attestation. Thank you for listening to this high-level PCI ASV workflow.
I'm going to talk about using Tenable to discover, track, and help mitigate the vulnerabilities currently monitored by the U.S. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, also known as CISA, in their new Exploited Vulnerabilities Catalog. On November 3, 2021, CISA released Binding Operational Directive 22-01, reducing the significant risk of known exploited vulnerabilities. This requires government agencies to address a catalog of vulnerabilities that carry significant risk to federal information systems. With this new catalog, CISA is targeting vulnerabilities for mitigation that have known exploits and that are currently being used by malicious adversaries in an ongoing manner. Tenable IO customers can use this targeted list from CISA as a way to focus on vulnerabilities in their environment that may have a higher risk associated with them. To filter on these vulnerabilities, navigate to the Tenable IO Vulnerabilities Workbench, and we're going to add a filter for these CVEs. Simply paste the CVEs that you want to track. In my example, these are all of the CVEs that are due on November 17th, and click Apply. You can then sort this by VPR, you can sort it by CVSS score, or you can add in additional filters to help narrow down the context. You can also save this search for use to quickly access again here in the Vulnerabilities Workbench or in dashboards. Now, if I clear these filters, I can quickly go back and load in that save search. Thanks for watching.
Video, we will discuss how to use Tenable.io to identify Log4Shell vulnerabilities. Log4Shell is a unique vulnerability because you must use local authenticated Nessus checks, remote unauthenticated Nessus checks, and the Tenable.io web application checks to most effectively identify Log4Shell vulnerabilities in your environment. Using the Tenable.io web application scanner to identify Log4Shell vulnerabilities is outside of the scope of this video, but there is a separate video on the Tenable product education channel that covers this, so be sure to watch that video as well. Tenable.io has multiple scan templates to identify Log4Shell. Of these 3 Log4Shell scan templates, the Log4Shell vulnerability ecosystem is the most robust and comprehensive. This scan template will conduct local authenticated checks and remote unauthenticated checks. We're expecting many vendor advisories to come in over the coming days and weeks, and the Log4Shell ecosystem scan template will receive these plugins. The other Log4Shell scan templates will not. In fact, this Log4Shell scan template will be deprecated and removed from Tenable.io in favor of the ecosystem scan template. The Log4Shell remote checks scan template consists of our primary remote unauthenticated checks. Although this scan template will move very quickly through your environment, it will not necessarily detect all instances of Log4Shell. The general best practice is to use the Log4Shell vulnerability ecosystem scan template configured with credentials. Let's configure this scan. The first step to configuring the Log4Shell scan is to go ahead and give it a name. The next thing you need to do is set which scanner you want to run the job. If this is an external scan, scanning your internet-facing IP address space, then you would want to use the Tenable.io cloud scanners. If this is an internal scan, scanning your internal environment, then you would want to use one of the linked Nessus scanners or Nessus scanner groups. The next thing you need to do is set your targets. And finally, it's a recommended best practice to go ahead and configure this scan with credentials. You can set both SSH and Windows credentials on this scan. Once all that is complete, you can launch the scan. Now, once the scan results come back, they'll be made available in the Tenable.io Log4Shell dashboard. The most important part of this dashboard is up in the top left here, where we are reporting on the total number of Log4j instances detected, and more importantly, the total number of Log4Shell vulnerabilities confirmed in the environment. I'll go ahead and drill into my 6 confirmed Log4Shell vulnerabilities. Here we see the different findings. And I'll go ahead and drill into one of the primary remote unauthenticated checks that fired during the scan. Now on this page, we see a description of the vulnerability, solution for the vulnerability, and also which hosts are affected. We can click Output to get a lot of detailed information about the finding. Here you see the exact payloads that Nessus injected into the HTTP headers to confirm the presence of this vulnerability. In addition to unauthenticated checks, we also have the local checks as discussed to identify Log4Shell vulnerabilities. So let's see what those look like. Here we see our affected host. We can click Output. And in this plugin output, we see the file path to 2 affected files. The authenticated plugins will also look for Log4Shell vulnerabilities and things like package managers, etc. Now you can also change this to a by asset view to get a comprehensive list of all hosts that are vulnerable to Log4Shell. From here, you can also export these results in various different formats to assist with remediation purposes. Finally, I'd like to point you to our dedicated tenable.com/log4j page. This page is updated in real time, so be sure to check it often, as this is a rapidly evolving situation. But on here, you'll be able to find information about from blog posts, information from our research team, and links to product education videos, such as the one that you're watching right now.
El día de hoy les voy a mostrar la funcionalidad de exploración de activos que viene incluido en el nuevo Universal Workspace. Para esto damos clic en el menú principal y dentro de Explore vamos a dar clic en Assets. Una vez que estamos dentro de Assets, lo primero que nos vamos a encontrar es con un dashboard, el cual tiene información relevante cuando se trata de gestión de activos. Por ejemplo, en el primer recuadro vamos a ver que este contenedor de Tenable IO tiene un listado de 587 activos y en porcentaje vamos a poder identificar que un 90,97% de estos activos han sido escaneados en algún momento y el resto, el 9,03%, quedó solo en el proceso de descubrimiento. Por otro lado, tenemos las fuentes de información, es decir, aquellos sensores que han traído la información de estos 587 activos. Dentro de estos sensores, como ustedes saben, están Nessus Scanner, Nessus Network Monitor, Web Application Scanning, Nessus Agent, entre otros. Adicionalmente a la cantidad de activos que ha reportado cada uno de los sensores, vemos en los colores cuál ha sido la última vez que estos sensores han reportado información. Por ejemplo, este Nessus Scanner aparece con 50 dispositivos escaneados o informados en los últimos 7 a 30 días. Otra información que es relevante es la cantidad de etiquetas o tags. Como ustedes saben, en Tenable IO nosotros podemos agrupar distintos tipos de activos según determinados argumentos en etiquetas. En este contenedor en particular tenemos 3 etiquetas, cada una de las cuales tiene una cantidad determinada de activos según los criterios que utilizamos para crear esas etiquetas. Finalmente, podemos ver los activos por tipo y la última vez que fueron vistos. Si se dan cuenta, acá tenemos una aplicación web y 586 hosts, ¿no es cierto? Porque es el 587-1. Y dentro de los hosts podemos ver en colores cuáles son los que se han visto en los últimos 7 días, en los últimos 7 a 30, etc. Si comparamos el color, vemos que 52 hosts han sido vistos en los últimos 7 a 30 días. Si volvemos a las fuentes de información, vamos a ver que de esos 52, 50 fueron informados por un sensor Nessus Scanner y 2 han sido informados por Nessus Agent. Volviendo a las etiquetas, si damos clic, por ejemplo, en la etiqueta de I+D VLAN, vamos a poder identificar que esta etiqueta justamente está compuesta por 18 activos, de los cuales el 100% ha sido escaneado. Estos 18 activos han sido solo escaneados por Nessus Scanner. Por el color vemos en los últimos 7 a 30 días. Vemos que esta etiqueta tiene 18 activos y de esos 18, uno también pertenece a la etiqueta de servers crítico. Y finalmente vemos que esos 18 activos son todos del tipo host y la última vez que lo hemos visto ha sido entre los 7 y 30 días atrás. Ahora, dado que tenemos una gran cantidad de activos, vimos 587 en total, la idea de este explorador de activos es que podamos hacer o ejecutar filtros de forma de buscar aquellos activos que pueden ser de algún interés particular para nosotros. Dentro de esto, nosotros podemos seleccionar si vamos a buscar entre activos asociados a aplicaciones web o activos host. En este caso, para la prueba, vamos a utilizar host. Cuando le doy clic a host, el sistema me va a mostrar absolutamente todos los activos que están listados en este contenedor. Si se dan cuenta, son 586 porque había un activo que era una aplicación web. Ese daba el 587. Dentro de estos 586, a mí me gustaría buscar algunos que tengan características en particulares. Y para eso, esta solución provee de filtros que me permiten utilizar argumentos de búsqueda para poder llegar a activos mucho más específicos según la información que necesito. Por ejemplo, acá vamos a seleccionar algunos argumentos de búsqueda, como el sistema operativo, la red, el direccionamiento IP, etc. Y una vez que tengo definidos los argumentos de búsqueda, le doy clic a Edit y queda, ¿no es cierto?, todos los filtros disponibles para mi uso. Lo primero que yo voy a hacer es tratar de identificar cuáles son estos 18 dispositivos que estaban asociados a la etiqueta VLAN I+D y con el tag dispositivos de ingenieros. Una vez que doy el argumento de búsqueda, le doy clic en Apply y el sistema va y me muestra los 18 activos que están dentro de esa búsqueda en particular. Ahora bien, podría yo requerir tener información un poco más específica de algún activo en particular. Por ejemplo, en este caso, dentro de los 18 activos que están asociados a ese tag, voy a buscar aquellos que tengan solo sistema operativo de Linux. Para eso, escribo mi argumento de búsqueda y nuevamente doy clic en Apply y dentro de esos 18 dispositivos, el sistema encontró el único que tenía sistema operativo de Linux. Si doy clic en el dispositivo, tengo la capacidad de ver algún nivel de detalle mucho más exacto del dispositivo en particular. Bueno, esto lo hemos podido ver siempre en Asset. La gracia de este explorador de activos es que me permite encontrar ese asset en particular según los argumentos que utilicemos. Como vemos acá, esta solución tiene un botón de Advance a partir del cual yo puedo hacer la misma búsqueda en base a expresiones. ¿Cuál es la ventaja de esto? Es que si yo tengo la expresión, no necesito dar clic en tantos argumentos de búsqueda, sino que puedo cargar directamente la expresión en el modo avanzado y hacer la búsqueda de forma directa. Bueno amigos, eso es lo que yo les quería mostrar el día de hoy. Que estén muy bien. Un abrazo.
Going to talk about some trending widgets in the new Explore overview. The new trending widget wakes up periodically and measures the statistics. This is one per day, so depending on when the scans run. Let's take a look to come over to the Explore overview and look at the landing page here in the main menu. The first widget is related to the trend about vulnerabilities, where you can see the trend during a time frame. You can explore it here by simply rolling the cursor, or you can do this manually and accurately change the time frame with the scope that you want to see, so if you want to look at the last month of activity. You can do this very easily. Just click here on the dates. Let's see, for instance, from December 1st to January 1st, and the trending widget will show you the specific time frame. You can do that and see the data that is relevant here in 3 different areas in just one landing page, as we are showing here from a trending perspective about the vulnerabilities, number of assets, and the average scan duration. The average scan duration shows all the history of the time, so this trending can help to see and lead to the scan management. The objective of putting them side to side is to give you visibility into understanding vulnerability trends, usage, and behavior by time frame. As we showed, the Explore overview brings all measurements taken between any 2 days with a breakdown on any interval, like daily, weekly, or monthly. Additionally, the default landing widgets will show the vulnerabilities among by severity, asset counts, and data on the duration of scan. Thank you for your time. That is all about the Explore overview in Tenable IO.
Enhancements coming to Tenable IO. In this session, we are going to be looking at tagging and the changes that have come in tagging. So before, the ability to configure tag rules was consistent, but it lacked some of the ability to quickly and granularly define an advanced rule set. So this then required users to manually add together individual rules and apply to an add or an operator. So this can hold back some limitations. So what's new? So the new feature that's coming is to be able to add a new creation. So it's a whole new ability to create tags. So this capability allows the user to select basic or more advanced filtering capabilities, which is seen within the product, which we'll look at in a minute. And this advanced capability will be used universally throughout any area of the platform where filtering is enabled. We're going to jump in and take a little look. So within the platform itself, the best way when we're looking in the Explore, the new workbench, we're going to have a look into our assets. So this is where we're going to be able to filter and then use those filters to create new tags. So I'm going to swap over from the visual to a list view. And then I'm going to apply some filters. These filters, of course, can be anything that you guys need. So I'm going to specifically look for assets that are found with a Nessus or an agent scan, and they have been seen from a particular date. So I'm going to do the number of days of 7, so within 7 days. And I'm going to be, it's a host type. I don't want a web application scan. I'm going to just look for those. So when I apply, you will see the, I would always call it a grid line, but you'll be able to see the different assets there. And then this icon then appears to allow me to create or update a tag based on these filters. So when I click here, a pop-up will appear. It then allows you to either create a new one. So like before, you would create a category. I'm going to just type it as new because I want to create a new one. And then I'm going to say seen within 7 days. And I'm going to actually put as a bit more descriptive, Nessus seen within 7 days. So this tag is going to be a new category, and it's going to be seen within 7 days. And it's going to set or add a tag based on these requirements. So my last seen, I have put as days, which is 7 days ago. The sources, which is a Nessus scan or a Nessus agent, and it is a type. So I'm doing a host, not a web application. So I'm going to save that. That then will go away. It will say, okay, I have created a new tag. Then when I go down here, you will be able to see new, and then this is my tag, my new tag. So there are new, so then I would add that and then click apply. And again, you're going to be able to see that. This takes some time. So this new tag takes time to replicate. And then I can add and remove things from this data pane as well. So these are all of the systems that will be applied to those. So if I then pop into one of these systems, you are going to then see the created tag from them. So when you then looking at a more advanced view, you have the ability to do and or. This then or not. And so this then gives you more ability to look at granular level even more. So then it's not just and, it's and or not, and the ability to say, okay, well, I want it this status, but I don't want to include anything that has been seen as a discovered only. And so you have that flexibility to be able to pick and choose what aspects. So previously it was just, the granular level was there, but it just takes more time. Now with this simple view, you're able to create them on the fly. Those then can be then utilized by other teams. Instead of using, say, searches, you can then just create additional tagging.
Journey to bring together our new Tenable IO platform. Today, I will talk about the new report section that you can find under the Explore workspace here. As you know, as of now, the report section was only available in the classical UI. It is now being ported to the new interface. So let's take a look. But first, remember, we are still on the early iterations of the report section. So the features that I'm gonna show you today are the early features, and more will come later on. So to start, the template report that you all knew before are still the same that they used to be. So you will still be able to find the same report templates that we had in the classical interface. Now, what we added to those reports was the capability to edit those template reports to change, as you had before. I'm gonna write demo report 1 to edit the report information. And what is new is that you will be able to remove some sections of those reports templates or add new widgets to the new through the widget library. So here I'm going to add the asset criticality rating breakdown. Done. And also you will be able to add new chapter. Same goes with a new chapter library that you will be able to select and actually add. So here I'm going to add the asset with unsupported OS. And I'm done. So once that is done, and that once you've edited your demo template, you will be able to save it and to work on it afterwards. The other new thing on the creation of the reports is also the capability to create custom reports. So by doing it from scratch, I'm gonna create it by saying demo 2. I will be able to actually create from scratch my own report template and add actually widgets from the library here, and also, as before, add chapters from the chapter library. So I'm going to add the first one here for the demo and then save it. So on that, I have now my my 2 new report templates. What I will be able to do is generate reports on those 2. So as you can see here, they will be here on report results and they are queued and running. If you have created a report template and you want to trash it, this is a new feature actually that you can do, is trash those report templates, and you will be able to find it again on the trash section where you will be able to restore them or delete them completely. So now back to the report results. Once that is done, that we have the report result and everything, that we will be able to actually download those report results and see exactly what we added, what we did with those report results on the Tenable IO platform, and also see all the information we added, or just see the detail of the reports. So thank you for listening and have a good day.
It's coming to the role-based access within Tenable IO. As it currently stands, Tenable IO have role-based defined in multiple facets of the interface. Users, groups, and access groups, as well as target groups, all areas as it currently stands that you'll need to modify and configure based on the role and what a user has the ability to scan, see, or view. Now, with the changes that are coming, we'll be combining or moving that into a single view under access control. This will allow users to create additional users, to create groups and permissions to define what a user had the ability to scan, see, edit, and view. Now, with these changes that are being made, this helps streamline the capabilities of the role-based access under that single view. Now, one of the major changes that will be coming is how the permissions are going to be defined. The permissions itself is going to be centered around the tagging capabilities within Tenable IO. These changes made will help make it a little bit easier and overall a better user experience that is consistent with the Tenable IO interface. Now, as you're going through and trying to define what the user has the ability to configure, edit, scan, this is where you'll be able to define that. If I'm going through, if I want to scan only my Windows systems and allow a specific group to be able to scan that, I'll be able to define that group, set the permissions to can scan, and from here, the tags I've already pre-created or within the Tenable IO's tagging section, this is where you'll be able to select the tags and create that role. This role then, this permission then can be used to define what a user has the ability to scan, view, or whatever settings that you have set in place. As you're going through and create a new user, you'll be able to still define the role of that user, But now you'll see under the permissions here, you'll be able to select that user as part of that permission. That way, when you create that new user, if there are specific to a certain permission, such as my Windows operating systems, that'll make it a little bit easier for you. And knowing that that user will only have the ability to scan my Windows operating system tags. This can also be utilized for groups, but this definitely overall makes it easier to manage the role-based access within Tenable IO. In short, Tenable IO's new changes here will make it a little bit easier and much more improvement over the usability of
step in Tenable's journey to bring the Tenable IO platform together. We're going to be taking a look at the findings workbench here. And this is a totally different approach than what we're currently seeing in Tenable IO today. Each finding is going to be done on an atomic level. So each unique instance of that vulnerability is going to correlate back to each unique asset where it was found. And this is completely different than how that information is being displayed today within Tenable IO, but it's converging that asset and vulnerability data, allowing for a single pane of glass to view that information, as well as some additional granularity there. Some big changes up top. We've got the ability to start creating custom search strings if we need to begin looking at this data. So if I wanted to come in here and add in, an additional VPR search filter, if I wanted to, like right now it's all HKLM, VPR equals 9. If I wanted to set that to 10, I could do that manually by entering in that information, clicking search. That's going to easily broaden and expand that search out to include all those vulnerabilities with the VPR equaling 10. Now, if I take a quick look at any one of the found vulnerabilities, it's going to load this page on the bottom here, which is going to bring up asset-related information, IP, operating system, all the information that you're used to seeing, vulnerability information as well. That's that single pane of glass I was referencing before, VPR key drivers, all that information you're used to seeing, vulnerability description information. And now we've got a couple of changes here, a couple of new pathways we can go down when we want to start viewing additional information, either related to the vulnerability itself or the asset where that vulnerability was found. First and foremost, we can come up here and we can go to view all findings. And this is going to essentially take a step back and drill down into that specific asset and all of the vulnerabilities that were detected on the asset itself. So rather than kind of drilling down from a vulnerability perspective, we're taking a look at the asset and all the associated vulnerabilities found on that asset. There's also the findings information section down here at the bottom. And this is going to list out the mechanism used to detect the vulnerabilities on this particular asset. In this case, this is a Nessus scan. If it happened to be a Nessus agent or AWS connector as well, those would all be listed here. If you drill down into this, it's going to drill down into the entirety of that scan where this vulnerability and asset information was derived from. If we take a step back and move back to our findings page here, we also have the ability to see additional details right here. And this is going to drill down into that vulnerability perspective, giving you that description, solution information up top, as well as the affected asset that we were viewing. A big change here is the ability to cut and paste the plugin output itself. This was not available in plugin output in the former Tenable IO itself. Today in the Universal Workspace, you can now cut and paste directly from the plugin output, which is.
I will show you the Assets Workbench functionality included in the new Universal Workspace of Tenable IO. Let's start clicking on the main menu on the left side. Find the Explore option, and inside this, select Assets option. Once we are in this option, the first view is a dashboard where we can see the most relevant information about assets management. This dashboard includes 4 widgets. In this example, we have 587 assets. It's the total assets. And in the pie, we can see some percentages. One is an indicator of the asset scanned, and the other one for the assets only discovered. In the second widget from the right side up, we can identify the sources of information, that is, the sensors that have brought the information from these assets. Within this list of sensors, we can see Nessus Scanner, PBS of Nessus Network Monitor, agents, and other sources. Here we can see the number of assets reported by each of the sensors and the last time seen. In this case, the Nessus scanner has reported 50 devices scanned, and those were seen in the last 7 to 30 days. Other information that we can provide in this dashboard is the information about tags and the assets that have been assigned to each one. As you know, in Tenable IO, we can organize the assets in one or more tags. In this particular widget, we have 3 groups of tags. Each one has a certain amount of assets according to the business criteria assigned to the tags. In the last widget, right side down, we can see the asset by type and the last time they were seen. In this widget, we have 1 web application and 586 hosts from the total assets. And taking a look in the bar, we can see which are the ones that have been seen in the last 7 to 30 days. Here, we can see that 52 hosts have been seen in the last 7 to 30 days. And if we go back to the widget by source, 50 devices were reported by the sensor, Nessus Scan, and 2 were reported by Nessus Agent. Let's see a complete example. If we go back to the Asset by Tags widget and click on one of the tags, we will be able to identify that it is composed of 18 assets. 100% have been scanned, reported by Nessus Scan, and last seen in the last 7 to 30 days. Also, by looking at the tags widget, it shows that one asset belongs to another tag as well. And finally, in the right side down widget, we can see that these assets are of type hosts and the last times they were seen. As we showed in the main dashboard, we have seen the default view in the total number of assets. As an additional functionality in the Assets workbench, we can use filters for a specific search or a more precise view. In this browser, if we go to the upper right bar, we can see some preloaded options. In the drop-down list, we can search by host or web application. In this example, we are going to show the filters that apply to hosts. Now, at the host option, the system will show all the assets or devices that we have identified by Tenable IO. At the host option, we can perform a search by filters to get a specific view. To generate a view, click on Edit Filters, and you can see the number of filters available. Let's see an example with some search arguments. I will use IP address, operating system, and network. Once we have selected the search option, click on Edit Filters again to enable the filters that I have selected to use. Now you can see the chosen filters. I will use the tag parameter as an example. I will check the tag name and the value of the tag. Once we have completed the search information, we click on Apply, and it will show us the devices that match with the filters and information provided. If in this search we want to find more information, we can go back to the filters and select another option. Let's try with operating system filter. We will type Linux and then click in the play button. Now we can see that we just have one asset that matches with the search with Linux operating system. After applying the filters, if you want to see the details of the assets, just click on the asset itself and the detailer information of the device will be displayed. Okay, talking from the filtering perspective, we use the basic option in this demonstration, in which we saw the list of filters. Additionally, we can use the advanced option. It can be used just by clicking into things or choosing the filters, or if you know exactly what you want to do from the advanced perspective, you just go ahead and type it in, as we are showing in this example. Okay, this is everything that we have for now about Assets Workbench in Tenable IO. Thank you for your time.
Been made to the platform would be the introduction of the ability to do more advanced scanning and more advanced agent-based scanning. So within the platform, within both the advanced and basic agent scan, you have the ability to have a new scan type. So previously, this would have just been a window, as you can see here, scan window. You also have, this can be set to different times and can be configured in minutes. So you have the flexibility that you need to if you have set requirements. But we've introduced a triggered scan. This trigger can be an interval as well as a file name. So the interval, again, can be set in days, but can also be set in hours, as you can see here. We do give you guidance that needs between 12 and 1,000 hours. If we set this, I can set it to an hour, but we also can set it with a file name. So when this rule-based criteria is met, it will then trigger a scan. So based on this, you can see with regards to trigger exams, trigger scans, we have the ability to do that. Where that trigger file is based can be found on this information. You do have the link here that puts you through to where the file needs to be done based on operating system, so where our system is looking for that file. And that file can be named anything. So I could do, an example would be if I had issued plugins, patches to the machine, and if it has been successful, you can then pop a file on there. And after that point, then of course, this scan that I will set up will pick up that file and then notify to be able to be scanned. So, and you can add multiple rules. So if I put in that it has been patched, so it's looking for a file named patched, and then I can say, well, the interval is going to be every day. So it's going to look every day for that file called patched. And if it sees that, it is then going to trigger a scan. So the ability to have more flexibility to know when things have changed. And these, I would look at it and probably do, if I'm looking at my Windows and if I've done my patching for my Windows estate or my Linux estate, or as you can see here, you have your Mac OS estate, you've popped in a file in that location, it's going to be able to pick it up and then going to be able to issue for a scan. So this will give you and your infrastructure teams the ability to trigger when those scans on those machines are being done. So it gives you even more flexibility and even more knowledge of when scans. Do a first look into the improvements of Tenable IO. In this session, we are going to be looking at the agents in more detail. This is to be able to see your license and how they're being utilized by your agents, as well as looking at the census view and the changements and enhancements in this view. Also, we're going to have a deep look into the advanced features and the advanced settings that you have. These would normally have done by CLI, but we've now brought them into the platform. Let's dive in and look at it now. So within the IO platform, if you go down into settings, you'll be able to utilize the license section. This will be able to tell you how your license is being utilized, whether that is for your normal Nessus scanning and how your assets are being related from there, or whether it is from your agents. Within your agents, you'll be able to click through and visualize the agents that you have installed and being utilized within the platform. The other aspect that has had significant changes will be in the form of the sensors. What we've done is we've also made improvements on this platform. These can be noted in regards to your columns that you have here. The columns that you have can be added and removed. So take, for example, you can remove the platform or the network, especially if you've not utilized any of the networking sections. With regards to the columns, they can move. So it can mean that you can be in charge of where you want the data to be looked at. Of course, all these items can be done in tandem. You can then look at this as a platform. You can see what grouping that they are. Of course, you can look at that through your agent group. And again, the columns can move. We also have included being able to remove any columns that you have in any of these items. You also have the ability to, of course, add networks and then add agents to particular networks. This can, of course, then be utilized within tagging. Tagging will, of course, be covered in another one of these videos and the changes that are being made. So the other aspect that has had significant improvement is to utilize the settings. And some of these agent settings were only being able to be utilized by the CLI. Again, these are advanced settings that would have been having to be installed on the CLI when it's either installed or following that. And that can cause some administrative pain. So we've listened to our customers and we've included some of these within the platform itself. So ad hoc, you can change these. So whether that is looking at the logging level, to change it from normal to debug, if you are investigating an issue that you need to have those from your agents, or whether it's looking at your compilation and how long that is taking, then of course it notes to you, it gives you the information that you can make a decision based on your business requirements. So it tells you, of course, if you make some of these adjustments, they will have an impact. If you change your logging, the back-end load is going to be higher, and it's going to take more time to do running scanning if you're going to have an increased debug scan. You have the ability to also change the performance. So if you notice, taking information from what I would have done, if I had a system that had an agent on there and my infrastructure department said that it was having a significant performance issue, you had to go through the CLI to make those adjustments. Well, now what we've done is we've given you the power within the platform. So you're able to then change the scan performance, whether that is high to low. You can then advise what that is. And of course, as you know, the performance changes how quickly a scan can be done. We've also given you the ability to change the agent update plan. So this could fall in line with, okay, well, where do you need it to go? Well, how do you want to be utilizing it? Are you happy? Is your business happy to be part of an early access releases for either plugins or for a system update or an agent update? Well, it gives you now the ability to request that within the platform. So, you might choose to have a delay because, you might have different groups. One might be your dev environment that you're happy with early release. Others are a live production environment that you don't. And so we give you the power to make adjustments either on one or many of your agents. And then, of course, you have the ability to adjust your host name. So what this will mean is that it will be up to date as frequent, as often as possible. So if you have installed a plugin, a agent onto your machine, sometimes that host name will change. You can set whether that is correlated within the platform or whether it stays as a static name. So you have that ability there. These settings can be performed on multiple. So I could select a few. I can then change the settings for this group of people. So then again, you're getting even more. So I've got 3 agents that have been selected. As you can see, I have selected 3. It then gives you the ability to then select, okay, well, which option do I want to change for all 3 of those systems? So I can go, okay, well, I want those ones to be on different logging, or I need to have them as early release. So you have the ability to select multiple systems and then be able to perform that. So if we take, for example, I have some systems here, as you can see. They're all part of different agent groups. So if I select the agent group that I want, you'll be able to pop in and see that it's part of my Linux test group. These details, of course, stay up and stay relevant. You can then edit the settings again in here where you can edit them, but it's same settings that are also based on this button here, the Actions button. We try and make it as logical as possible. So when we go, all right, I want to go to my group test, we can then select these, and then I can do more based on my agent group, not just based on single agents. I can go look at it from a group level and make the changes to per group. You might have that, it might be beneficial, but we give you now the option.
In this video, we are going to talk about export functionality in Tenable IO. Now, you can export nearly all data sets on the platform, including access data, vulnerability data, scanner and agent data, and even exported data. The process to export data is consistent across Tenable IO. Exports integration throughout Tenable IO is found in the settings page, from which you can review your historical exports, retrieve and export, and start or delete a given export. Let's see the functionality by clicking on the settings page and select the exports option. The export feature has set in 3 particular areas in the platform. The first one is here at the settings tab. Here is where all exports on the platform will be maintained. Here you can see the history of all exports, and you will be able to start, stop, or pause depending on the status of the export, if it is in progress or not. You can download, renew, or delete the completed exports of the list. As you can see, you have the same capabilities available over here on the right-hand side of the Actions tab. Also, in the exports list, there is an expiration date for these exports. So you have the possibility to renew the specific export to reset the expiration date. An additional important point here is the allocated quota. It means the available storage. So as you can see in the exports list, there is a field about the size of each export. The second area is related to the expiration days on the platform, which is based on the container level. Go back to the settings page and let's go to the general tab. Click on the export option and you will see a default expiration of 30 days, which is the default maximum expiration time. So the admin can modify the days according to the time required. Now, the third area is related with the source of the exports that are generated from the workspaces. So if we go over the findings or assets, let's try in findings to get an export from vulnerabilities data. Anything that you click on or anything you actually drill into, you will have the ability to export anything that you want to get. Once you have selected the information and or the filters, click export and you have available the CSV and JSON formats. So let's go ahead and let's drop a CSV in this example. Click on configurations and then it opens up the field set. So there are some fields that you can choose as part of the information of the export. Those fields are arranged alphabetically, but also if you want, you can use the search box so you can type in. Okay, after that, we can go ahead and just download the export, or you can specify the expiration time. This is between 1 to 30 days. Okay, go back to the Setting tab, and you can see the new export on the list. With this functionality, instead of dropping again the exports, you can come back here and find a particular export or just delete some of them. Okay, well, this is all about exports in Tenable IO. Thank you for joining.
Today, we will review the external attack surface management capabilities inherent within Tenable IO. Tenable will use the domain connected to the primary user login account for your instance of Tenable IO to automatically discover new assets tied to your domain once per quarter. To get started, simply log into Tenable IO and open the menu by selecting the 3 horizontal lines in the top left-hand corner of your screen. Then, under the Explore option, select Assets. You'll be brought to the asset database for your organization's assets, which have either been discovered or potentially even assessed with Tenable IO. Now select Domain Inventory to reveal all of the assets which were automatically detected with Tenable IO's Attack Surface Management or ASM solution free of charge. As stated before, the assets discovered will be tied to the domain associated to the user that is the primary account owner. Each individual asset will have its own asset record within Tenable IO, along with a number of attributes associated with that asset. For example, here we can see the host name, the record type, domain, information about where the asset resides, and when the asset was first seen and last updated by Tenable. You can select additional columns by hovering over any of the columns and clicking the 3 horizontal lines next to it. You can see some additional attributes here, such as the asset's name, FQDN, IP address, and even the ports that are available that we found on that particular asset. Any of these attributes can also be filtered on by selecting the left-hand filter icon. Let's say, for example, that I wanted to start hunting certain web applications that resided within Amazon. I could filter down on ports that were equal to 443 and ASNs where Amazon is included within the name. If I wanted to take it one step further, I could even select individual assets and potentially launch a web application scan against those by selecting the assets and then selecting More on the top, and then create web application scan from there.
We are today going to look into the asset management within Explore Workspace. So within Tenable IO, if you pop into the menu, we pop into Explore and into Assets. Within Asset Workbench within Explore, this is where you can see all of your assets, not just from host vulnerability scanning, but with cloud resources, web applications, and then having a view of all. So when you select all, it gives you a detailed view based upon your assets that have then been discovered or fully assessed, where these assets have been sourced, where the source has been seen, as well as what type and when they were last seen. And of course, there's a graphical display displaying how long they were seen by. And then we have the ability to see how many assets there are per tag. And there's a long list. So you can scroll through these. When we click on any of these are able to populate back. So we can click on any of these and it will populate to these hosts. And again, this display is interactive and will update. What we're going to do is look at the host vulnerabilities to start with. So this would be classed as your normal VM vulnerability-based scans. As you can see, the filtering has changed. You've got this filter control option. It will allow you to adjust whether you want to see just licensed ones, whether we want to look for web applications, but we're going to look at the web. We're going to then look at the hosts, so we can select what source that we want to be looking at. So for example, I can select an agent-based scan, when it was seen. I'm going to say I want to see within the last 60 days. and I'm not interested in creating of those, and I can click apply. That will then, of course, look at all of my assets, and that will, of course, change this. I can then, of course, pop in a save search and save this. This would then be available to be able to be used previously, so I can name it. I can also create or update a tag based upon my search criteria. And then, of course, this can be then used. When we're looking at vulnerability in the assets, we can, of course, select and look at the actions. This can then allow me to add or remove a tag from a specific asset. Or if you do have Tenable Lumen, you can then adjust the ACR that's associated with that. When we want to select any of these assets, let's say if I want to export this list that are associated with this criteria, I can select all and I can export this export, which is available, of course, on the other 3 as well. I can schedule it, I can select what format I want, and of course, adjust what configuration I have. So this is the fields that will be available in my export. So again, lots and lots of different things that I might be interested in. As we can see, we can pop into cloud resources. Filtering is near enough identical, but of course it's slightly different. Gives you, of course, which region that it wants to, what resource type. And again, within web applications, you have again the ability to look at the filtering and of course see additional filtering if a needs be. What has also come in with the advanced with the Explorer is to be able to use wildcards. So I could pop in a wildcard to be able to display something. So for example, I could put in wildcard gateway. And that will come up with anything that has gateway in its name. As you can see, there's 3 items here. So I also want to highlight the book icon. If you need any further documentation, they could be found within the documentation, and there will be a hyperlink that puts you through directly through to our documentation that explains it in much more detail if required. Thanks very much. Within this video, we are going to look at the Explore findings. To get to findings, we click on the menu and pop down to findings in Explore. Within this view, you can see all of the findings based upon what type of scans that you're doing, whether that's host, VM, web vulnerability scanning, or whether that is web application scanning or host audits. Within here, we can see all of them within the same workbench. We have the ability to filter. What I'm going to do is I'll look through and I'll create a filter in a minute. We can select additional filtering. So for example, we can then look at the VPR or target groups or look at the asset tag. This is really important for lots of our customers that have tags. So I can then select a tag saying classification, and this is top secret. And then I can apply that tag on the vulnerabilities that I have. I can then group by either an asset or by a plugin. This again drills down to the level that you wish to do. So if we then take out the tag asset search, we can then see all of our vulnerabilities per plugin or by asset. So there we go. This again can look at save searches, so I can populate this and say I only want to interested in high or critical vulnerabilities. And I only want to look at active or new vulnerabilities. And I can create the search and the criteria that I want. I can then save this search to be used at another time. And then I can also pull this in and do a more advanced search based upon my criteria. Within here, based upon a plugin or vulnerability, I can then action and export this. If I don't want to have any groupings at all, I then have the option to recast, to view all the findings that are associated with this one, or I can create a remediational project. This same view, of course, is in the web application vulnerabilities, where I can do, again, filtering and selecting the filters that I require if I don't have them on my screen. I can then also recast vulnerabilities associated with web applications. If I want to select all of my vulnerabilities, I can then export and then select my format that I wanted, and I can schedule that and add additional fields that I require for my export. This is how you would do it. You would populate this to say, okay, I want to schedule that export every certain amount of days. Within here, again, I highlight you to documentation. This allows you to have more information on not just the findings, but how to create, recast, and accept rules, and the differences, of course, within CVSS and VPR. I hope you found this session interesting. Thank you very much for listening.
To begin, click on your main menu and select Remediation under the Act section. You'll be brought to the Remediation Projects page inside Tenable IO, and to create a new project, click Create Remediation Project in the upper right-hand corner. We'll give our project a name, and optionally a description. Click Next. And by default, some filters are selected that define the scope of the project. Some of these we'll want to keep, and some of these we may want to change. The first filter that's filled in by default is we're taking a look at vulnerabilities that have not been accepted. We're also looking at all vulnerabilities that are not informational, so we'll see all critical, high, medium, and low vulnerabilities. For the purpose of this demonstration, I'm going to change this to display critical and high vulnerabilities. We'll save that. And the last filter that's filled out by default is the state of the vulnerability is not equal to fixed, which is something we would want. We don't want to see vulnerabilities that have already been taken care of in this example. I'm going to add one more filter to narrow down our findings a little bit. And notice, right now, with the filters applied as they are, we have 5,107 findings to remediate. I'm going to use the IPv4 address filter to define two machines that I want to take a look at to narrow the scope of this remediation project. I'll save those IP addresses and click Next. I'll select a user or a group to assign this project to and click Next. And then you can assign a schedule to the project, whether you want it to be completed within a number of days or by a certain date. For this example, we'll say we want it to be completed by the end of the month. Click Save, and your remediation project has been created. You will want to come over, click the three dots next to the project, and click Activate so that the project is in an active state. And now you've created your remediation project. If you click on the project, or if another user who is assigned the project clicks on the project, you'll be brought into a view that shows you the findings that need to be remediated in the bottom pane, as well as some information about the project on the right. When the project was created, the findings that have been remediated, findings that have been resurfaced, meaning they were fixed and then came back into the environment, and how much longer you have to complete the project. You'll also see a progress bar up top to show how far you are in completing the project, but since we haven't remediated anything, our progress bar is at 0%. And that's all there is to it. That's how you create a remediation project in Tenable IO. I started us on the details of this particular asset because it's the asset we'll be focusing on during this demo. As you can see, this asset has many different findings on it of different severities. We have criticals, highs, and even medium vulnerabilities on this asset. So keep that in mind as we configure our goals. To configure a remediation goal, we'll click the main menu and select remediation under the Act section. Click Remediation Goals and click Create Remediation Goal in the upper right. We'll give our goal a name and optionally a description. Click Next, and now we're going to fill out the conditions for our goal. Some things are filled out by default for us. For example, we're showing all vulnerabilities that are not informational. So lows, mediums, highs, and criticals. We'll leave that there. And we'll also see that we're looking at vulnerabilities that haven't been fixed. So we're just focusing on things that are active in our environment. I'm going to add another filter here so that we're focused just on the asset we were looking at earlier. I'll select Asset Name and paste in the name of the asset from earlier. Click Save. Click Next. And if you'd like, you can set a schedule for the goal. For this demonstration, I'll just leave the default of an ongoing goal. And select Save. So now we've created our remediation goal, and as you can see, we haven't met our goal yet, because we still have criticals, highs, mediums, and lows in our environment. If I edit this goal, and we're going to add one more condition so you can see how the goal changes. We're going to select a filter, and we're going to focus on vulnerabilities that were first seen. And the condition we'll set is first seen older than 60 days ago. So what this filter will do, will let us see all the information we saw before, the specific asset, criticals, highs, and mediums and lows that are active in our environment. But now we've said we want to see all of that information if it's older than 60 days old. We click Save, click Next, and click Save again. And you can see now we've met our goal. So none of our criticals, highs, mediums, or lows are older than 60 days old in our environment. And that's all there is to creating a remediation goal in Tenable.
Hello, and welcome to Tenable Security Center Product Education Channel. In this video, we're going to learn how to utilize the third-party tool Selenium in order to record our authentication steps and then utilize that same recording within Tenable Security Center for web application scanning. As stated earlier, Selenium is a third-party tool. Now, we highly recommend utilizing this tool in the vast majority of authentication scenarios, except for those defined by the HTTP protocol itself, such as basic, digest, NTLM Kerberos, and also certificate-based authentication. Otherwise, please utilize Selenium. With that in mind, let's get started. Now, we first need to install the Selenium IDE browser extension. This can be done in Google Chrome, Microsoft Edge, or Mozilla Firefox. While any of these browsers will work, I'll be performing this demonstration in Chrome. So first we're going to head to Google Search, or the appropriate search for your browser, and simply type in a meaningful search query such as Selenium IDE browser extension for Google Chrome. Now let's go ahead and click into it. Once selecting, you're going to see Add to Chrome over on the right-hand side. Please select that, and then Add Extension. Now once it's been added, you can go ahead and start using it immediately. I like to click on the extensions and then add it as a pin, or the equivalent for your browser. Now that you've opened up the Selenium IDE, the browser extension, you can record a new test in a new project, the top option. We're going to give this project a name. For this particular example, I'm going to be using a purpose-built vulnerable web application called Google Gruyere. Once you have a project name, select OK, and then enter in the base URL. And then click Start Recording. Now you can walk through all of these steps in the authentication. Now that you have completed the authentication, you can go back to the Selenium extension by clicking Selenium in the top right-hand corner, and then clicking the stop icon. You can give this test any name. The name is irrelevant. Now, before we save this and enter it into the scanner, we want to first check to make sure that the authentication has worked correctly. To do this, we're going to log out of the web application, then go back to Selenium, and then we're going to hit the play button, Run Current Test. The next step is to click the Save button in the top right-hand corner. It looks like a floppy disk. As a quick note, the file will be saved in plain text, so the values of the username and the password will be saved to your machine in plain text, and proper precautions should be taken. Now, once this has been saved, we can head back over to Security Center. Now that we are back in Security Center, we can finally get started adding our credentials. First, you're going to give it a name. If you want, you can give it a description as well as a useful tag. For the authentication method, you're going to click the drop-down that currently says Login Form, and you're going to select Selenium Authentication. Then you're going to choose the file that you just saved from the previous step, and you're going to add it here like so. Next, you'll give the script a name, and then for the last step, we'll want to head back to the web application. What Security Center is now asking for is a page with information on it that will only appear when you have logged in. In this particular case, you can click on the home page, and then you can look in the top right-hand corner to find the username or the sign out link. Both of those are great options to add to your configuration. So we're going to grab this URL and then the word user and head back to Security Center. I'm going to paste that URL back in, and then I'm going to type the word user and then click submit. Once it's been submitted, we can now add it to our scan. The credentials can be added in the Credentials section. First, you're going to select the drop-down and then Web Application Authentication, and then you'll select the credentials which you have just saved. And that's it. Thank you for watching this video. Within the Tenable Web Application Scanning. This is for both Security Center as well as Tenable and Nessus Expert. First up, let's talk about the HTTP methods of authentication. The supported methods are basic, NTLM, digest, and Kerberos. Indicators that you may need to utilize this type of authentication are if there is a pop-up box when you go to reach the application, or if you're on an internal network or using an environment such as a dev environment or a QA environment. These environments typically require you to log on to the domain before being able to access the applications. As well, you could also utilize the Tenable Web Application Scanner to scan first. After the scan is complete, in the post-scan, you could find the following plugin in the results: HTTP Server Authentication Detected, or 98024. Once you have found out that it is the HTTP method supported by the web application, then you need to add these into the HTTP authentication section of the credentials within the web app scan policy. Next, let's discuss application authentication. This is used in the vast majority of cases across all the internet-facing web applications. You can think about this type of authentication as when you enter a username and a password and the application returns with a session ID. Tenable supported methods for this type of authentication is recording via Selenium, a third-party application, which supports multi-step authentication as well as application authentication for single sign-on servers and single-page applications. Tenable's Web Application Scanner also supports the login form, cookie-based authentication, bearer tokens, and API keys. Lastly, let's go over some helpful tips and tricks. First, let's talk about identification of what type of authentication is used by the particular web application. If there's a pop-up box, there is a good chance that you are utilizing HTTP authentication. Let's take a look at an example. In this example, we see a pop-up box that is very traditional of the basic and NTLM digest and Kerberos style of authentication. Next up, try to scan the application. Once you've scanned the application, check for the results. There are a bunch of other helpful plugins beyond the one listed earlier. Let's take a look at those. As you can see, I'm now on the plugins portal. This plugins portal is completely accessible to anyone. There's no login required. You can see I filtered down on the Web Application Scanner, and I filtered down on a family of plugins, Authentication and Session, as well as informational level plugins. As you can see, there are a whole host of plugins which, after the scan is completed, would be very helpful in identifying the potential application's authentication mechanism. Another trick could be to ask the application owner themselves. The application owner should be able to tell you the method of authentication utilized for the various web applications under their purview. As well, if the authentication mechanism being utilized is application-centric, then we highly recommend using the Selenium recording most of the time. When dealing with two-factor authentication, try to work with the app owner for a bypass account. This is the only scenario where Selenium recording will likely not work. In this case, you may need to utilize cookie authentication when unable to bypass two-factor authentication. While login form is also available, it is rarely utilized as an authentication method. Lastly, we highly recommend enabling plugin debugging. This will give additional screenshots at the end of the scan to help troubleshoot potential issues. Thank you.
Today we are going to discuss how to use Tenable SC to identify hosts with web applications that you may want to scan with the Tenable SC Web Application Scanner. Log into Tenable SC with a security manager or other account which has sufficient privileges to create scan policies, scan jobs, and the ability to initiate scans. Navigate to Policies and create a new scan policy based on the basic network scan template. Ensure that you modify the Discovery drop-down to include all ports for the port scan, so you can discover web applications that use irregular ports. After saving the policy, navigate to Active Scans. Create a new scan job using the policy you just created. Walk through the normal scan job creation process and save the scan. Once the scan is saved, go ahead and launch it. You can monitor the status of the scan using the Scan Results tab. Once the scan is complete, you can navigate to the Vulnerability Analysis tab and create a filter for plugin family is equal to web server. Feel free to save this as a query for later use. Useful views from this point would be the vulnerability list or summary to view the different services or HTTP responses found, or you can view the IP summary to get a good idea of the IP addresses that are hosting web applications. From here, you can export the IP addresses as a CSV to create a web application scan, or use the API to do this programmatically.
Hi everyone, and thanks for tuning in. Today, we're going to take a look at how to configure a discovery scan in Tenable I or Tenable Vulnerability Management. A discovery scan is essentially a ping sweep of a network so that we can see what assets are out there before we scan them for vulnerabilities. To get started, we'll go to our main menu, select Scans, and click Create Scan on the right-hand side. We'll select the Host Discovery Scan template, and we'll be brought to a page where we can configure our scan options. We'll name our scan, select a scanner that we want to use, and put in an IP range of the network that we want to scan across to look for assets. We also have the option to schedule this scan, so if we need it to repeat on some frequency, it can be repeated daily, weekly, and so on. Feel free to schedule this scan regularly if you have a dynamic network and you want to see the asset counts that have changed on the network before scanning them for vulnerabilities. You also have the options to receive notifications by either email or SMS when the scan is completed. We'll leave the rest of the options at the default for this scan and click Save. We'll now see our demo discovery scan in our list of scans, and if we want to launch this scan, simply click the three dots on the right-hand side and select Launch. Our scan will run and do a discovery across the network range that we specified. Note that discovery scans will never count against your licensing count in Tenable Vulnerability Management, as the discovery scan does not scan for vulnerabilities. It only goes to look and see what's out on the network before you scan for vulnerabilities. Make sure you check back soon for more tips and tricks for Tenable I and Tenable Vulnerability Management. Thanks for tuning in. Hi everyone, and thanks for tuning in. Today we're going to take a look at how to configure a discovery scan in Tenable I or Tenable Vulnerability Management. A discovery scan is essentially a ping sweep of a network so that we can see what assets are out there before we scan them for vulnerabilities. To get started, we'll go to our main menu, select Scans, and click Create Scan on the right-hand side. We'll select the Host Discovery Scan template, and we'll be brought to a page where we can configure our scan options. We'll name our scan, select a scanner that we want to use, and put in an IP range of the network that we want to scan across to look for assets. We also have the option to schedule this scan, so if we need it to repeat on some frequency, it can be repeated daily, weekly, and so on. Feel free to schedule this scan regularly if you have a dynamic network and you want to see the asset counts that have changed on the network before scanning them for vulnerabilities. You also have the options to receive notifications by either email or SMS when the scan is completed. We'll leave the rest of the options at the default for this scan and click Save. We'll now see our demo discovery scan in our list of scans, and if we want to launch this scan, simply click the three dots on the right-hand side and select Launch. Our scan will run and do a discovery across the network range that we specified. Note that discovery scans will never count against your licensing count in Tenable Vulnerability Management, as the discovery scan does not scan for vulnerabilities. It only goes to look and see what's out on the network before you scan for vulnerabilities. Make sure you check back soon for more tips and tricks for Tenable I and Tenable Vulnerability Management. Thanks for tuning in. Hi everyone, and thanks for tuning in. Today we're going to go through some simple steps to creating custom dashboards inside Tenable Vulnerability Management. The examples we'll use today are very simple examples, but hopefully we'll get some ideas flowing about how you can utilize custom dashboarding in your environment. To get started, we'll go to our main menu and select Dashboards. On the right-hand side, select New Dashboard and Custom Dashboard. I'm going to rename my dashboard to Environment Overview. Select the check mark, and that will rename our dashboard. Down in the widget box, select New Custom, and we're going to create a few widgets. The first widget I make is going to be a donut chart. And I'm going to name this operating systems. For our data set, I'm going to use assets. And I'm going to limit the results to 10 results so that my donut chart doesn't get too crowded. I'm going to group by operating system. And under the stats dropdown, we'll select count because we're going to get a count of the operating systems in our environment. And under sort fields, I'm also going to use operating system. Now there are two ways you can select filters to narrow down the results. You can either click the Select Filters button, select a filter, and fill it out using the drop-down information. What we'll do today is we're going to create an advanced filter. The filter that I'm going to use is a filter that will look for Windows Server 2012, 2016, or any Linux operating system in my environment. Now you notice when I pasted in that advanced filter, our chart type reset. That's because we were unaware of what type of filter was going to be dropped in, so we just had to make sure that we're using an appropriate type of chart. But you notice that donut chart is still available. So I'll select that. And when I click Update Preview, you'll see a preview of our donut chart. You can see here I have Windows Server 2016 machines, 2012 machines, and different Linux kernels listed. So this chart's finished. I'm going to click Save and Exit. And we're going to create another custom widget. This one is going to be a table. And I'm going to name it Vulnerabilities by Severity. Our data set that we're going to use is going to be findings. We're going to use vulnerabilities, and I'm going to limit it to 5 results. When we're grouping by severity, there really are only 5 possible results: critical, high, medium, low, and informational. I'm going to leave the group by box to say severity, and stats to say count. The sort field I'm going to leave at severity as well. One thing I do want to do is select a filter. We're going to select state. And I want to show the counts for everything that is not equal to fixed. So I want to see all the counts for the severities in my environment, but I don't want to show issues that have been fixed already. I'll select Update Preview. And you can see we have a very simple table that shows how many criticals, highs, mediums, lows, and informationals are in your environment. I'm going to save this widget as well. And we're going to create one more custom widget. This one will also be a table. I'm going to name this Vulnerabilities by Plugin. Our dataset will still be our findings, and I'm going to limit this table to 20 different rows. Under Group By, I'm going to group by plugin ID. And the columns that I want to show are count, first value of plugin name, and then we also want to see last value of severity. Under sort fields, we'll select count. And under filters, we're going to do severity is not equal to informational, because I don't want my table to be clogged up with all of our informational findings. I'll select Save and update the preview. You can see now we have a table that lists the plugin IDs, the number of instances found in our environment, the name of the plugin, and the severity. These columns are all sortable. You can sort by count if you want to address instances that have the most counts in your environment first. Or let's say you want to tackle your critical and high findings first. You can sort by severity as well, regardless of how many instances there are in your environment. I'm going to save this. And back on our main dashboard page, I'll select Done Editing. And now I have a dashboard that shows the overview of vulnerabilities and operating systems in my environment. Feel free to play around with this, set some filters that are appropriate for your environment, and this should get you started with custom dashboarding and Tenable vulnerability management. Be sure to check back soon for more videos like this and some other helpful tips and tricks when operating inside Tenable vulnerability management. Everyone, and thanks for tuning in. Today, we're going to go through some simple steps to creating custom dashboards inside Tenable vulnerability management. The examples we'll use today are very simple examples, but hopefully we'll get some ideas flowing about how you can utilize custom dashboarding in your environment. To get started, we'll go to our main menu and select Dashboards. On the right-hand side, select New Dashboard and Custom Dashboard. I'm going to rename my dashboard to Environment Overview. Select the check mark, and that will rename our dashboard. Down in the widget box, select New Custom, and we're going to create a few widgets. The first widget I make is going to be a donut chart, and I'm going to name this Operating Systems. For our data set, I'm going to use Assets, and I'm going to limit the results to 10 results so that my donut chart doesn't get too crowded. I'm going to group by operating system, and under the stats dropdown, we'll select count because we're going to get a count of the operating systems in our environment. And under sort fields, I'm also going to use operating system. Now there are two ways you can select filters to narrow down the results. You can either click the Select Filters button, select a filter, and fill it out using the drop-down information. What we'll do today is we're going to create an advanced filter. The filter that I'm going to use is a filter that will look for Windows Server 2012, 2016, or any Linux operating system in my environment. Now you notice when I pasted in that advanced filter, our chart type reset. That's because we were unaware of what type of filter was going to be dropped in, so we just had to make sure that we're using an appropriate type of chart. But you notice that donut chart is still available. So I'll select that. And when I click Update Preview, you'll see a preview of our donut chart. You can see here I have Windows Server 2016 machines, 2012 machines, and different Linux kernels listed. So this chart's finished. I'm going to click Save and Exit. And we're going to create another custom widget. This one is going to be a table. And I'm going to name it Vulnerabilities by Severity. Our data set that we're going to use is going to be findings. We're going to use vulnerabilities, and I'm going to limit it to 5 results. When we're grouping by severity, there really are only 5 possible results: critical, high, medium, low, and informational. I'm going to leave the group by box to say severity, and stats to say count. The sort field I'm going to leave at severity as well. One thing I do want to do is select a filter. We're going to select state. And I want to show the counts for everything that is not equal to fixed. So I want to see all the counts for the severities in my environment, but I don't want to show issues that have been fixed already. I'll select Update Preview. And you can see we have a very simple table that shows how many criticals, highs, mediums, lows, and informationals are in your environment. I'm going to save this widget as well. And we're going to create one more custom widget. This one will also be a table. I'm going to name this Vulnerabilities by Plugin. Our dataset will still be our findings, and I'm going to limit this table to 20 different rows. Under Group By, I'm going to group by Plugin ID. And the columns that I want to show are count, first value of plugin name, and then we also want to see last value of severity. Under sort fields, we'll select count, and under filters, we're going to do severity is not equal to informational, because I don't want my table to be clogged up with all of our informational findings. I'll select save and update the preview. You can see now we have a table that lists the plugin IDs, the number of instances found in our environment, the name of the plugin, and the severity. These columns are all sortable. You can sort by count if you want to address instances that have the most counts in your environment first. Or let's say you want to tackle your critical and high findings first, you can sort by severity as well, regardless of how many instances there are in your environment. I'm going to save this. And back on our main dashboard page, I'll select Done Editing. And now I have a dashboard that shows the overview of vulnerabilities and operating systems in my environment. Feel free to play around with this, set some filters that are appropriate for your environment, and this should get you started with custom dashboarding in Tenable vulnerability management. Be sure to check back soon for more videos like this and some other helpful tips and tricks when operating inside Tenable vulnerability management. Hi everybody, and thanks for tuning in. Today we're going to walk through installing a Tenable Nessus agent on a Windows Server machine. So to get started, go to downloads.tenable.com, find the Tenable Nessus agent section, and click View Downloads. We support Linux, Windows, and Mac systems. Simply scroll down and find the package appropriate for the system that you're installing on. I've already downloaded the agent, so I'm not going to do that again. But once you have the agent downloaded, double-click it to install. You'll be brought to a typical setup wizard. Click Next. Accept the license agreement. Click Next. Optionally, you can change the installation directory if you need to. Click Next. We'll do a typical installation today, and we'll be asked for a few pieces of information. The first thing we'll be asked for is our linking key. That can be found in Tenable Vulnerability Management by selecting your main menu, going to Settings, scroll down to Sensors, select your Nessus Agents section, and select the Add Nessus Agent button in the upper right-hand corner. A window will fly out from the right. Simply copy your linking key and paste it into the field in Setup. The server will be cloud.tenable.com:443. Optionally, you can automatically add your agent to an agent group. Agents must be a part of an agent group so that they can be scanned. I've set up a demo group for this example, so I'm going to go ahead and add it to that group automatically. Click Next, and click Install. Once the installation is complete, click Finish. And back in our Tenable Vulnerability Management interface, if I refresh this page, you can see our new agent has been installed and linked. Now, it's showing up as offline right now because it's still doing a couple of setup tasks. You'll also see that it has been automatically added to our demo group. And that's all there is to installing a Nessus agent on a Windows machine. This can also be automated via command line, or you can use any software deployment mechanism that you may have in your environment, such as SCCM or group policy. Be sure to check back soon for more tips and tricks in Tenable Vulnerability Management and Tenable One.
In this video, we're going to discuss how to set up and link a Nessus scanner to Tenable Vulnerability Management. We are going to use today the Tenable Core appliance. This can be downloaded at tenable.com/downloads. The Tenable Core appliance is a Nessus scanner installed on Oracle Linux 8. Now, I've already walked through importing this into VMware, but just to show you, after you install the scanner, what you will see is on first boot, you'll see an IP address that you need to go to finish the configuration. In our case, it is 192.168.1.29 on port 8000. So what we'll do is go to that address, and we're going to want to log in with our default credentials, which is simply wizard admin. Now we're going to get a prompt to create another user. I'm going to create a user named Nessus. Go ahead and assign it a password and click Create Account. You'll get a prompt that says we're finished and good to go. So select Finish Setup. You'll be logged back out, and now we can log back in with our new Nessus account. The first screen you're brought to will show the user interface of the scanner, which is the same IP address over port 8834. You can go ahead and select this link. A new tab will open, and now we can finish our setup. So on the first page, we'll select Continue. We're going to say that we want to link Nessus to another Tenable product. We're going to select Tenable IO from the dropdown and put in our Tenable IO linking key. You can find your linking key in Tenable Vulnerability Management under Settings, Sensors, and if you select a button that says Add a Nessus Scanner, you'll see your linking key displayed. This information is also available in our docs at docs.tenable.com. So I'll paste in my linking key, select Continue, and now we're being asked to put a user account in for our Nessus scanner. I'm going to use the same username and password I did before. Note this is not best practice, but for this demo, it'll be just fine. So the setup's complete, and your Nessus scanner is now initializing and downloading plugins. If we go over to our sensors page in Tenable Vulnerability Management, I'm going to refresh this view. And you will see this new scanner that we just installed is now linked to Tenable IO. It's showing offline because it's still downloading plugins. You can see we're running the latest version of the Nessus scanner, and so far some information hasn't come back up to Tenable Vulnerability Management yet. That's just because we're in that initial setup phase. One thing you can do is if you select the scanner, you can rename it. So if you have, let's say, a scanner per physical location, or per subnet, or per department, anything really, and you want it to be more descriptive, you can simply change the name, and the name will be changed in your list. That's really all there is to setting up and linking a Nessus scanner. Thanks for watching this video, and be sure to check back for more tips and tricks when it comes to all Tenable products. Thank you. Hi everybody, and thanks for watching. Today we're going to take a look at how to configure compliance scanning inside of Tenable One and Tenable Vulnerability Management. To get started, we'll go to our main menu and select Scans. And then on the far right, we'll select Create Scan. We'll be brought to a page where we have all of our different scan templates available. We'll select Policy Compliance Auditing. And I'm going to type in a name for the scan. Windows Server 2019. We'll select a scanner to run the scan, just like a regular vulnerability scan. And then we'll also put in the IP address of our target. We can schedule this scan to run repeatedly if we'd like on a scheduled basis. We can also put in email or phone number so we can get notifications when the scan is complete. I'm not going to do any of this today. I will add credentials to the scan. Credentials are required for compliance audits. I'm going to select a manage credential since I have my credentials saved already, and select my Windows credentials. Once that's been added, I'll go to the compliance section, add a compliance audit file, and I'm going to look for my Windows Server 2019 compliance files. So what I'll select here is my Windows Server 2019 Level 2 CIS benchmarks. I'll select it. The Windows Server version is pre-populated, and I'll select Save. That's really all there is to it. After this, I can save my scan and run it later, or select Save and Launch to begin running it now. And the scan will run. I'm going to let this run as it's going to take a little bit, and we will explore in another video how to look through the policy compliance audit results. Thanks for tuning in, and be sure to check back soon for any new videos and tips and tricks with Tenable One and Tenable Vulnerability Management. Hello everybody, and thanks for tuning in. In this video, we're just going to take a look at the policy compliance scan results that we ran in the last video. And to do that, we'll go to our main menu, select Scans to get to our scan list. And you'll see here we have our Windows Server 2019 scan that we created. If you remember correctly, we configured this scan to run against the CIS Level 2 benchmarks. And you can see this scan has completed. So if I select this scan, and then click See All Details, you'll notice in the Scan Results page, there will be an Audits tab. And since we ran a policy compliance audit scan, this is where we'll find our results. And you can see here a list of audit checks that failed and ones that passed as well. You can see down at the bottom, there's a couple of passing checks. So all you need to do to investigate these results is simply select one. You'll see what asset that the result was found on. And if you select the Overview tab, you'll see a little bit more about it. The description, for example, this policy setting controls whether the connected user experience and telemetry service can automatically use an authenticated proxy to send data to Microsoft. And you'll see the solution. And in this case, it is to configure the recommended configuration via a group policy. And then it also shows you where that group policy setting is. So that's all for this video. I just wanted to take a look at the policy compliance results and show a little bit about what information you're getting and how to look through it. Check back soon for more videos about Tenable Vulnerability Management and Tenable One. And thanks for tuning in again. In this video, we're going to walk through creating a basic vulnerability scan in Tenable Vulnerability Management or Tenable One. After you log in, select your main menu and select Scans. In the upper right-hand corner, click the Create Scan button, and we're going to select the Basic Network Scan option. We'll enter a name for our scan. A description if you want. Select a scanner to run the scan, and enter your target IP address range. It is highly recommended that you set your vulnerability scans to scan on a schedule. I'll set mine to run weekly on Friday mornings at 9 a.m. You can optionally put in an email address or phone number to receive email or SMS updates, notifications when the scans are complete. One other option that is highly recommended for vulnerability scans is to add credentials to the scan. By default, vulnerability scans do not have credentials entered because we need that information from you, the customer. Adding credentials to a scan allows us to log into a machine and get a much deeper view into the vulnerability status of a machine. When you add credentials, you can either add credentials directly, for example, selecting Windows credentials and entering the information. If you have credentials saved in the platform, you can select them from your Manage Credentials. After you've added your credentials, click Save, and your vulnerability scan now shows up in the list. You can wait for it to run on the schedule you selected, or you can launch it manually at any time by selecting the 3 dots on the far right and selecting Launch. The scan will run, and when it's completed, you can view the scan results. Thanks for checking out this video, and be sure to check back soon for more tips and tricks on Tenable Vulnerability Management and Tenable One.
Welcome. In today's demo, we will be learning about the Explore Assets Workbench and how it improves upon the functionality that was provided by the Legacy Assets Workbench. At first glance, we observe that the Assets Workbench has multiple tiles, each representing an asset type. These are hosts, cloud resources, web applications, and domain inventory. The user can view any combination of these asset types simultaneously by clicking on the relevant tiles and selecting or deselecting them. The first key improvement in the new Assets Workbench is the support for both basic and advanced filtering. The user can switch between the two types via the Advanced button. In the basic mode, the filter controls can be toggled by clicking the Show Filter Control button on the left. In the advanced mode, the user has the ability to form a complex query which could involve multiple operator types as well as nested filters. For example, this filter query, we can observe, uses the AND operator as well as an OR operator in a nested fashion. In the basic filtering mode, the user has an easy way to filter relevant assets based on when they were last observed via the filter on the top right side of the page. For example, we can view assets that were seen in the last 30 days as displayed. In the basic filtering mode, the user also has the ability to view 3 visualizations that provide the following information: assets by live status, assets by scan status, and assets by license status. Another way the user can apply filters to the results displayed is by right-clicking on a value of interest to them and choosing to filter by value, or if they do not wish to see results with that particular value, they can choose to filter out a value. The Assets Workbench also allows the user to save a set of commonly used filters as a saved filter to access later or to share with other members of their team. For example, we could create a new filter as follows. This saved filter will now be persisted and available to any other members of the team. There are many ways for the user to customize what is displayed on the assets table. For example, they can customize the column widths, their order of precedence, as well as you can change the sorting based on a particular field. So we can change the sorting by clicking on the column heading, and we can change the column precedence by dragging and dropping. And this is reflected in real time without the need for the user to refresh the column. Right-clicking on a particular row in the table allows the user to view all the asset details in a new tab. Upon selecting one or more rows in the table, the user has the option to export the results as a CSV or a JSON. They can also choose to schedule this export and have it emailed to them. The user also has the ability to add or remove tags on the selected assets in this screen. So we could add a particular tag. Thank you. In today's demo, we will be learning about the Explore workbenches and how they improve upon the functionality that was provided by the legacy workbenches. The new workbenches can be found in the left navigation menu under the heading Explore. Let's start by navigating to the Findings workbench. At first glance, we observe that the Findings workbench has multiple tabs that the user can navigate through to explore the different types of findings that are present in their organization. These are vulnerabilities, cloud misconfigurations, host audits, and web application findings. The next key improvement in the new Findings workbench is the support for both basic and advanced filtering. The user can switch between these two types by clicking the Advanced or Basic button respectively. In the basic filtering mode, the user has a quick way to determine if informational findings should be displayed via the Include Info Severity toggle. There is also an easy way to filter relevant findings based on when they were last seen via the filter on the top right side of the page. In the advanced filtering mode, the user has the ability to query their findings using a more complex query structure that could include nested filters and multiple operator types. For example, we could add a filter with CVSS V2 base score greater than 4.5 or CVSS V3 base score greater than 4.5 and click apply. In this example, we observe that we have the use of the OR operator as well as the AND operator in a nested fashion. The Findings workbench allows the user to save a common set of commonly used filters as a saved filter to access later or share with other members of their team. In order to demonstrate this, I will now create a new saved filter. This saved filter should now be available later on for any members of the team. The Findings workbench provides multiple grouping options for the user to view their findings in, one of which is to display the findings without any grouping applied. This is an improvement over the legacy workbench that only allowed the user to group by plugin and asset. There are many ways to customize what is displayed in the findings table. The user can customize which columns should be displayed and in which order. They can also reset to defaults or reset the column width. Another way the user can apply filters to the results displayed is by right-clicking on a value that is interesting to them and choosing to filter by value. Or if they do not wish to see results with that particular value, they can choose to filter out value. For example, if I would like to ignore results having severity medium, I could choose to filter out this value as displayed. Upon selecting one or more findings, the user has the option to export the findings as a PDF or a CSV, or to generate a report based on an existing template. The user can schedule this report and have it emailed to them. Thank you. In today's demo, we will be learning about the Explore workbenches and how they improve upon the functionality that was provided by the legacy workbenches. The new workbenches can be found in the left navigation menu under the heading Explore. Let's start by navigating to the Findings workbench. At first glance, we observe that the Findings workbench has multiple tabs that the user can navigate through to explore the different types of findings that are present in their organization. These are vulnerabilities, cloud misconfigurations, host audits, and web application findings. The next key improvement in the new Findings workbench is the support for both basic and advanced filtering. The user can switch between these two types by clicking the Advanced or Basic button respectively. In the basic filtering mode, the user has a quick way to determine if informational findings should be displayed via the Include Info Severity toggle. There is also an easy way to filter relevant findings based on when they were last seen via the filter on the top right side of the page. In the advanced filtering mode, the user has the ability to query their findings using a more complex query structure that could include nested filters and multiple operator types. For example, we could add a filter with CVSS V2 base score greater than 4.5 or CVSS V3 base score greater than 4.5 and click apply. In this example, we observe that we have the use of the OR operator as well as the AND operator in a nested fashion. The Findings workbench allows the user to save a set of commonly used filters as a saved filter to access later or share with other members of their team. In order to demonstrate this, I will now create a new saved filter. This saved filter should now be available later on for any members of the team. The Findings workbench provides multiple grouping options for the user to view their findings in, one of which is to display the findings without any grouping applied. This is an improvement over the legacy workbench that only allowed the user to group by plugin and asset. There are many ways to customize what is displayed in the findings table. The user can customize which columns should be displayed and in which order. They can also reset to defaults or reset the column width. Another way the user can apply filters to the results displayed is by right-clicking on a value that is interesting to them and choosing to filter by value. Or if they do not wish to see results with that particular value, they can choose to filter out value. For example, if I would like to ignore results having severity medium, I could choose to filter out this value as displayed. Upon selecting one or more findings, the user has the option to export the findings as a PDF or a CSV, or to generate a report based on an existing template. The user can schedule this report and have it emailed to them. Thank you. Welcome. In today's demo, we will be learning about the Explore Assets Workbench and how it improves upon the functionality that was provided by the Legacy Assets Workbench. At first glance, we observe that the Assets Workbench has multiple tiles, each representing an asset type. These are hosts, cloud resources, web applications, and domain inventory. The user can view any combination of these asset types simultaneously by clicking on the relevant tiles and selecting or deselecting them. The first key improvement in the new Assets Workbench is the support for both basic and advanced filtering. The user can switch between the two types via the Advanced button. In the basic mode, the filter controls can be toggled by clicking the Show Filter Control button on the left. In the advanced mode, the user has the ability to form a complex query which could involve multiple operator types as well as nested filters. For example, this filter query, we can observe, uses the AND operator as well as an OR operator in a nested fashion. In the basic filtering mode, the user has an easy way to filter relevant assets based on when they were last observed via the filter on the top right side of the page. For example, we can view assets that were seen in the last 30 days as displayed. In the basic filtering mode, the user also has the ability to view 3 visualizations that provide the following information: assets by live status, assets by scan status, and assets by license status. Another way the user can apply filters to the results displayed is by right-clicking on a value of interest to them and choosing to filter by value, or if they do not wish to see results with that particular value, they can choose to filter out a value. The Assets Workbench also allows the user to save a set of commonly used filters as a saved filter to access later or to share with other members of their team. For example, we could create a new filter as follows. This saved filter will now be persisted and available to any other members of the team. There are many ways for the user to customize what is displayed on the assets table. For example, they can customize the column widths, their order of precedence, as well as you can change the sorting based on a particular field. So we can change the sorting by clicking on the column heading, and we can change the column precedence by dragging and dropping. And this is reflected in real time without the need for the user to refresh the column. Right-clicking on a particular row in the table allows the user to view all the asset details in a new tab. Upon selecting one or more rows in the table, the user has the option to export the results as a CSV or a JSON. They can also choose to schedule this export and have it emailed to them. The user also has the ability to add or remove tags on the selected assets in this screen. So we could add a particular tag. Thank you.